those things. And I believe the default setting is in what you call a nudge. So if people haven't opened in, let's say, a few hours or 24 hours, then they get another email, hey, you got an email waiting for you. So.
Thank you. Thank you for this. It's very informative.
Yes, ma'am.
Very detailed, so I appreciate that. Can we go back to the slide of the audiences? So to your point, thank you, Board Member Hewitt Garcia, for asking the questions about the continuous improvement and evaluation. And I appreciate, Mr. Johnson, your response is that we're not only looking at it in terms of what the negative impact is, but how do we then solve? So I appreciate that, and I'm happy that that's what we're always looking for. So that segues into, I'm looking at your audiences.
Yes.
And so I'm particularly interested in what it looks like, what does amplifying under media, amplifying district impact and priorities, looking at what that plan actually looks like. What are you trying to do in terms of being more proactive instead of us being reactive, not you, but us being reactive. And you know, big elephant in the room, we had a very stressful past school year.
I didn't notice.
And so how are you thinking, you may not be able to answer this now, but I would be really interested in understanding how you and your team are thinking about being proactive with building relationships with each of these audiences.
Right.
And so I'm just curious if you thought about that, and if you need some more time to think about it, that would be great.
Right. Well, I don't want to give away all the trade secrets, but you talked about media. So one way, the quick way we do it with media is through media advisories and press releases. Basically, you're telling the media, hey, y'all, here's a story or here's a headline. We've done the work for you. Here's something good that's going on in the district. And more times than not, they'll write a story based on that. So that's one way. But the other way, good old phone calls. Maybe have to take people out to lunch for a turkey sandwich. Just make sure you have a good rapport with your media partners, because you don't want to just, you know, we have a nice logo, but the logo, there's people behind that logo. So when the media has a person that they can relate to the district and where they can get information, it's very helpful to them and very helpful to the district. Yes, ma'am.
Suggestion for consideration in being proactive and building relationships, being more proactive about inviting media in so they can see all this great work and letting us tell our story as opposed to someone else deciding what the narrative is. So thinking about strategies perhaps where we can do that. So for instance, press conferences on a weekly basis or a monthly basis. I don't know, I'm not a communications person, but and that's your place. But just being a little more proactive and inviting, because I think that's one of the things we need to do as a district, to get in front of, well, not get in front of, but tell our story. It's a good story. And so we need to be able to tell it and keep people informed. And that's, right now, that's the best way to do it. I appreciate you.
No, thank you, board member, for that. And I'll just add, it never stops with my office's relations with the media. Like I said, some of them, they're over there now, but it's the little things too, coming in, speaking to them. Hey, you got water, you got a plug, you got enough seats. So it's a continuous relationship that we value what they, you know, what they do, and they value what we do. So I would say it's a good working relationship, but we always want to improve it every day. Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Also, Board Member McKinney, this is just kind of a framework of what Mr. Johnson has presented. I've asked the team to take this framework from this presentation and to build out a comprehensive communications plan using this as a framework. So again, we'll get better as a school district with communication, both internally and externally. So thank you for that.
More questions? I do. Thank you for the presentation. Amber and Board Member Garcia and Natalie McKinney, Board Member Natalie McKinney, asked some of my questions. I am interested in the board members' communication.
Yes.
You posted a slide, but as long as I've been on the board members' communication and strategic communication skills have been lacking. We are board members, and we have a direct influence on our districts. And we need to assure that we are getting the best service in the communications department.
Well, I would say, I can't remember if it was 2, maybe 3 weeks ago, I met with the board chair and different staff. Definitely gave her some recommendations to help you all. And unbeknownst to the board, months ago, I just created you all a 30-day media plan. That's just because of how I'm wired. Hopefully at some point I'll get a chance to introduce it to you all or present it to you. But I think we got a great group, and we can do some great things together and have a great school year. But the communications department, we're one call away. We love when you all call us. We ready to move. So just let us know what you need.
And also, I don't know about everybody else. I don't like last-minute communications because I am busy. I want to support the district as much as I can,
Right.
but I don't want to drop everything to support the district.
Understood. We're always mindful of it. Thank you for that question or that comment, Board Member Love. But within my office, there's a little bit over 40 if you include the call center. And in that bunch, there are parents, MSCS parents. There are people that have different needs who also need the communication. So we're always mindful and talking to them. And we're working with our superintendent and all of these different organizations to get the right info and then get it out as quickly as possible. But I'm with you. I don't like late announcements.
One final question.
Yes, ma'am.
I went to a community meeting a couple of months ago, and in that, the community said, what is the communication for if they don't have any kids in the district? We need to work on that. Not all community members are parents, but they need to know the same thing as parents do because they are part of the community.
Sure. Thank you for that comment again, Board Member Love. I would tell anybody, whether you're single, married, kids, no kids, if you sign up via Power School and you're in our system, you'll be sure to get communication that you need.
What if they don't have any kids?
I'm not sure if they could still sign up for Power School. I never thought about that, but I'll find out. Churches?
Elderly.
Yeah. Now, we do have our community partners. They are in our database, quite a few of them, and also our media partners. So they do have a place, but I'll look into that and see if there's somewhere they may need to sign up. So we want to make sure they get that information.
I would also like to add for Mr. Johnson, again, Board Member Love, one of the reasons that I've asked them to do a communications plan is because, again, we haven't had one in a long time. Also, that is a department that was also depleted on last year. So I do want to speak to the fact that the communications department was a department that was depleted and didn't have the robust support that it had had in past years. Many other individuals who are in that department are new to Memphis-Shelby County Schools. So I do want to add that, but I also want to add something that we probably haven't done in years is provided media training. And we probably need to provide media training for all senior level staff, board members, and principals. There was a time, again, I date myself all the time, when I want to say Miss Janice Crawford, who was the communications person, used to provide media training for all principals, assistant principals, again, senior staff, and board members. So as we start to build out our communications plan, we will take into account stakeholders who need to have media training. So thank you for that feedback.
To Marcus.
Just real quick, again, I do appreciate you and your department for everything that y'all done for us, and I do think as us, the board members, we have to do a better job at articulating our role to the public. So that's where you get a lot of the push and pull coming from. But I do want to see how can we strengthen the communication with the business community, because as all of us know, they say when new businesses come in, CIOs or whoever, the first thing they ask is, what is the school system like? And it's not about private versus public, whether it's working with charter schools. And so how can we, again, strengthen communication with the business community to let them know, just like the good TCAP results that came out. How can we work with the media better to just get the message out? It's always been said, but just telling our story better, but specifically articulating it to the business community, because in return, it can lessen their concerns, and we can potentially get more support from their community as well.
No, thank you for that question and comment, Board Member Porter. I think, number one, we need to solicit to the business community that we want to hear from them, that we want their updated information, their updated contacts. We need to find out who have been the legacy community business partners, and make sure, they get the red carpet rolled out for them and thank them for their service. And then people that come in as new businesses, make sure that something contributing to the district, make sure that they are highlighted and make sure that they are appreciated.
Yeah, because one more thing, because I received the Memphis Business Journal, get the yearly book that they do, and I didn't see not one advertisement for Memphis-Shelby County schools, was in a positive way. You got private schools that's advertising with them. You have charter schools advertising with them. But as I think we're the third largest employer now in Memphis. Well, according to them, it's the third largest now. So because you have FedEx, you have the federal government, then you have Memphis-Shelby County schools. Employees. So, but just get some advertisement within that community, within their organization as well, so they can continue to get the word out. But we didn't have any advertisement. That's my point to them.
All right. Well, thank you again for that comment, Board Member Porter. I say this with all confidence that not only is change on the way, but a lot of the things that you've seen on this presentation, change is on the way. We're working, because a lot of that was not in place when I got here. So I'll take that into account as we build out for the next year. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Murphy.
I was just saying, in the entrance to, we've got 6 committees.
Board Member Murphy.
But I just want to just make that point that we need to be mindful of the time as well.
Is going to give her final comment, and then we can move on.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Question is, I don't know if I heard it or not, how often is the website updated?
In some ways daily, when you think about the newsroom and different information that come in and stories. But other than that, it's a large website, it's a lot of information. So a lot of times we may get nudged that somebody sees something out of place. But right now, as we're getting ready to go into a new school year, we're updating new hires, new department changes and different things, but we don't catch everything. So if you see anything out of place, then we'll be sure to get on it. But in some ways daily, some ways weekly, monthly, but it's fluid.
One more question.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't see as much highlighting the SPED department and our SPED children.
Right.
And I wanted to see more of that going forward, because we don't highlight them as much as we should.
Right. We love our SPED department. We'll make sure all that we've done, we'll make sure that we do more. Thank you for that.
Thank you. No more questions.
Moving right along to the community engagement plan, Ms. Tequila Rucker.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tequila Rucker, and I serve as the political director and community organizer at Memphis for All. I'm also a former educator with Memphis-Shelby County Schools and a former president of the Teachers Union United Education Association. I would like to start off by thanking board members that attended the Save Our Schools community listening session we held in May. I've shared a one-page document outlining the feedback from next session to be uploaded to the board document so that you all can see what the community has shared that they want to see happen in our district. Additionally, feedback from that section made it clear that community wants more opportunity to engage directly with the leaders. And so in support of that and moving forward in a way that truly benefits our students, educators, and families, we believe it is essential to create a shared path forward, one that's rooted in collaboration, transparency, and trust. And I believe that starts with us. Memphis for All is an advocacy, issue-based organization that works to hold the front lines to protect democracy. And anyone not hiding under a rock is well aware that Memphis is under attack on various fronts. We know that Memphis-Shelby County Schools is being targeted for a state takeover, and this plan has been underway since before I started working there in 2022 and before I started working here in this district in 2012. The state's leadership interests don't align with what best serves the students, educators, and family of Memphis and Shelby County. We also recognize the importance of bridging the disconnects that exists because lasting change requires unity, and we are stronger when we move together. Now, I've stood on this side of this podium several times in opposition of some of the things that have happened in this district, pushing for better implementation of things within this, in our system. Today, I stand here in support of you all and wanted to move the district forward in a way that's collaborative and what's best for our community. And so with that, we believe in co-planning, co-facilitating, co-hosting, and co-governance. Like, what can that look like if we decide to work with you or you all decide to work with us and we all get out in our community and work together? And so what we know is that it's time to rebuild trust. There are some things that happened that have shaken our foundation, and trust has been lost in various spaces. And we're here to help you all bridge that disconnect, because we have a pulse on the community and you have a pulse on what you have it on. And together we can figure out where there's missing pieces. And so what we propose is to co-host listening sessions with you all in our in your various districts. We know that co-planning shows that you're not just listening, you're willing to grow alongside the people you serve. We believe community partners build bridges, and we close the gaps. We hold trusted relationships, and by partnering with us, this would extend your reach and credibility, especially where that trust has been lost. We know that collaboration equals shared leadership, or it equals shared accountability. So in these spaces, we often work in silo. The board, you have your decisions to make. We're on the front lines. We're fighting for you. We're fighting against you. We're fighting for the people. We on all the fronts. But we're trying to figure out where do we come together as a whole so that we can move forward, because it's broken. Something is not working. And we believe together we can figure out what that looks like. So by co-creating solutions, we can move from blame to shared ownership, and then we can make real change. We believe that together we can shift the narrative. In these sessions, we want to reframe and reorient our story from crisis and disconnect to collaboration and care. People need to see leaders engaging with them, including them, and not speaking at them. We believe that this will impact our students and that they are paying attention. They know what's going on from social media, from just being out in the community. They are aware of what the adults are doing, and it's not looking good. And so we want to make sure that they can see us as trusted leaders as well, that they can look to you and be inspired to one day be a school board member or be an elected leader in our community, because what they know is that you were willing to come into a space with them and engage with them in a way that was meaningful. And I want you all to know, like, you're not alone in this. Several of you I've worked with or I've campaigned for or I supported at some time or another before you even became a school board member. We are still here as a support for you all, and we want you to know that together we're better. Like, we're stronger together, and we want to figure out a way that we can work together. If we start off by hosting listening session in each one of your district, and if everybody's willing, great. But if not, we're open to work with whomever is willing to host a listening session. We will co-host, co-facilitate, co-plan, whatever it is that looks like with you all as we figure out how we can course correct, because what we do know is that January 2026 is not far away. And while we're preparing to hold the front line, we have to make sure that we have a foundation that's solid enough so that when we say, no, you can't come in and take over our schools, we've done the work for ourselves and we've shown it for our community. And that's all I have for you all. Thank you.
Any questions or comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rucker, for that presentation, and I want to thank you and all of the organizations that you're representing who held that listening session and invited us to that. That was May?
Yes.
Yeah, May. We did have an opportunity, and thank you for putting together all of the notes and the action plan. And we did have an opportunity last month at the last committee to talk about that. And I think for the most part, I'm not going to speak for everybody, but what I recall is that we are all on board for doing this together, because that's the only way we're going to, one, hold the front and ensure that the folks that are charged with educating our students are actually given the opportunity to do that. And what I appreciate is that it's taking on a shared, not only responsibility, but accountability. So we started that during the listening sessions. Just for a few people couldn't make it for various reasons, but I think everybody, they had previous things, but most of us were there and the others would have been there, but for not being in town or having some other obligations. But I think we're all committed to ensuring that we do this together, that we're doing engagement in a meaningful, authentic, frequent, inclusive, and responsive way. And the only way that we can do that is if we're listening, and that we're then thinking about how do we then co-create solutions? And part of that requires us to listen, us to educate along with our administration, and then for us to move together in solution oriented. So I am all for working with you all. And I want to say this, I don't want it to stop. I hope we don't stop it just for this particular issue. I hope it's something that we can continue this kind of process and build it into the fabric of our work, because we've got to do this with community and not to community. So I appreciate you, and I'm fully supportive of it.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Rucker, I know we've done things together. I knew about the listening session. I had a family commitment that night. I think when I saw this item on the agenda, I expected this to be a community engagement plan directed by the district that had a plan for engaging the community. I think some of the things the implication that our constituents don't trust us, or some of the decisions that were made or there's repairing need to be done, I don't think is true across the board. So I'm open to a listening session and have great relationships with the people that I represent. But a lot of the language that is used around the district right now, and some of the describing the landscape, did not feel accurate. And some of it was at our own hands. Now, I want our communications team directing a community engagement plan. I would love you to be involved, and I would love plenty of external organizations to be involved. But this felt like an odd venue. It felt like this was a decision that was made for a community engagement plan that it felt out of order, if I'm just being real honest. And it has nothing to do with you personally or the work done, or that I don't agree with the mission, right? Like, we want control of our schools, period. Like, but the process here doesn't feel, it feels out of sorts to me. And if I've missed the sort of brainstorming session around the community engagement plan because I couldn't make it to Bridges one night, that's not how you create a plan. So if there are additional, if the chair of our community engagement wants to work with our communications team and we figure out how to craft something together, I think that's great. But I would strongly suggest that we evaluate some of the things that we're saying and not paint with broad strokes about what the people who have voted us in believe about our leadership. I don't necessarily have a question, so.
Thank you, Ms. Rucker, for that. I'm gonna have to disagree with Commissioner Garcia for one thing, because I don't feel like it was out of order when we have our community leaders trying to bridge the gap between the board and the community. So I'm gonna disagree with you on that one. I thought that was good because I was there and I heard everybody's complaints. I heard their questions and what their concerns were. And so with that being said, I don't think that they were out of order from that, because they are the ones that's still on the forefront coming to let us know what's going on, and they're fighting with us now, not against us. And so we want to make sure that we keep those lines of communications open. And the one thing I want to do is I don't mind having a hosting an event in my district, because I'm one of the biggest districts as well. But I want to have transparency, and I want to be honest with our children. And the one thing that they know in my community is that I am transparent with all the stuff I've said and did. I've held up to my accountability, but they still trust my judgment, because they know that I'm not going to lie to them. And we have to be honest with them anytime we hit the floor. So I am open to hosting one in my district, because they want to hear from us. They want to hear what we need to do and what our next moves are. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
More comments? I asked the superintendent and Joyce Coleman yesterday if Tequila can work with our family and community engagement person to get the plan working. This is not a I versus the community. This is us all. Any more questions, comments? I'm willing to host an event in my district next month. Thank you.
Thank you, Tequila, and I'll do the first one. We can move on to the next item. Thank you so much, Tequila. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, and we will connect you with our family engagement department director, and I want to host one. So we will connect you with communications, so this can be a very strategic and thought out plan. But we thank you.
One last.
Thank you.
I feel compelled to say this. We are a board of the whole, and the only reason we are divided in districts because that's how our electoral system works. So when we make a decision, whether it's 5, 6, 7, or all of us, it's one decision. And so I want to make sure that you walking away from here, you understand that we all see the collective need for us to engage together our community. It's not District 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It is the Memphis-Shelby County School District. And so I want you to, I want you to leave here with understanding that this is our effort to ensure we're educating our entire community. That is our responsibility. And so I appreciate that.
Thank you. Next, we will have item 2.02, ballet, new ballet. Yeah.
It happens all the time, I understand. I understand that the hour is yet late, so I will try my best to go swiftly and pass it over to our founder, Katie Smythe. But I want to say thank you so much to the board for making space for us and allowing us to present. My name is Matthew Best. I have the privilege of being the executive director of New Ballet Ensemble in school, and I'm grateful to be here to get us started today. I want to just acknowledge some guests and our supporters and friends that we have here in the room with us. I want to acknowledge Deborah Northcross, our board chair, Marvin Davis, our vice chair, Yolanda Parkinson, a parent in our program who's also a board member, and Brent Hooks, a board member as well. I also want to thank Frank and Linda Smith, Henry Turley, Tanja Mitchell from the Uptown Community Association, Jordan McKenzie from the Memphis and Shelby County CRA is here. I want to thank J.W. Gibson, a founding board member of New Ballet, as well as Brett Lawson and Andrea Baird, who've come to express their support for us and for this project. Without further ado, I want to pass it along to Katie Smythe, who I think is joining us via Zoom. Katie's the founder of New Ballet Ensemble in school, and this has been a dream of hers to work on this project for over a decade now, and I know so because I was a student at New Ballet several years ago, and since I've been out and been an alumni and a graduate and done a lot of work in the community, Katie and I have been talking about this, and she's been sharing her dreams for something like this for a very, very long time. So it was a privilege for me to get asked to come back to Memphis to serve at New Ballet while she works as our Chief Strategy Officer in starting this. So Katie, if you're there, I'd love to pass it along to you. We have some technical difficulties, but I'll get started. MemArts is a public performing arts middle and high school, something again that we've been dreaming about for several years now. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, board members, and thank you, Dr. Richmond, for including us on the agenda. As we shared with Dr. Richmond last month, this is the fourth administration that we've presented our plan to, and the second to engage specifically around Humes, where we performed, where we've taught, and where we've now walked the now empty halls. We're honored to be here with you today to share our vision. New Ballet Ensemble and School has spent years researching performing arts schools nationwide. As an active member of the Art Schools Network, we've toured more than 20 primary, middle, and high schools, building relationships with founders and leaders nationwide. We're proud to be one of only 2 Tennessee organizations in the ASN. Tennessee has 2 such schools, one in Chattanooga and one in Nashville, and we believe Memphis deserves one as well. With our national research, our deep roots in arts education, and 24 years of creative youth development experience, we are uniquely positioned to lead this work. In 2018, our board approved the launch of a new nonprofit, the Memphis Middle and High School for the Arts and Technology, or MEMARTS. We will also establish a foundation to raise capital and annual funds for the school's success. We will launch with we'd like to describe the school, our planned community engagement, and the preservation and extensive renovations it will take to rebuild this school. And first, the mission, vision, and values, which you can see before you. We will launch with 60 to 70 sixth graders, growing to 410 to 500 students in grades 6 through 12, matching closely with another peer school, Denver School of the Arts, which is also grades 6 through 12. Like so many of our New Ballet graduates thriving now, MEMART students will be in a place where their unique differences are celebrated, where they are given the tools, the place, and the exposure to realize their dreams. They will thrive. MEMARTS will accept students into the 6th grade, creating a platform for building cultural competence, culturally responsive education, and social cohesion. Students will be recruited from both the surrounding neighborhoods and across Shelby County. New Ballet's Pathways program, which we already operate in 9 MSCS schools, provides a direct feeder into MEMARTS. Arts Partners for Professional Teaching are pivotal to student success, and we also will expand opportunities for creative Memphis and Shelby County youth by reducing barriers together.
Matthew.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Smythe is on. Katie's on now.
Yes, can you hear me?
There we go.
We can.
Well, Matthew's doing such an excellent job. I don't know that you need me to come in, but I'm happy to take over. Matthew, like me too.
As long as you're around for questions, Katie, that's all that matters. Well.
Oh man, you were on the roll. You were doing so well.
No worries.
I need to know where we are now on the script, Matthew.
I'm on slide 4.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Well, as Matthew, I think, just said, too many children cannot access an after-school arts program in the center of town. It must be in their community or accessible via transportation. MemArts will address the transportation barrier countywide by extending the school day and eliminating the need for a devoted guardian to make 4 round trips daily to school, home, and then to an after-school program for pickup, drop-off and pickup. For example, one donor helped transport former student and now international star Lil Buck from Westwood to Midtown daily in 2008. That kind of support can only be scaled by building a larger program to serve more students with an extended day of freestanding art and academic school. MemArts will include culturally rooted curriculum honoring our city's artistic legacy. I was privileged to know all of these artists, with Elvis excluded. I did not know Elvis. Their careers reached stratospheric heights, and I know how they would be behind our effort to see more young students across backgrounds and genders rising to the levels they achieved. James Williams, pictured here, may he rest in peace, dreamed of a school like this when he returned home after touring the world with Art Blakey. Here are some examples of great spaces nationwide and students at work. In the top left square, you'll see students at the Baltimore School for the Arts producing their creations in partnership with acting students. Next, and to the right, private soundproof booths, which are utilized throughout ASN member schools nationwide. The Sphinx organization in Detroit determined that the lack of private weekly lessons has been a factor in the low percentages of Black and brown entry-level orchestra players nationwide. These schools aim to change this paradigm with once-weekly private lessons. Other conservatories include costume and fashion design. You see the young woman with the yellow skirts next to the soundproof booths, digital stage and lighting design, and even augmented and virtual reality incorporation into all disciplines, including ensemble music, theater, and voice, giving students access to great artists nationwide. Engaging in cultural partnerships will provide scholar artists with teaching and mentoring, creating more artists' jobs, and cross-sector partnerships will offer a range of support from academic tutoring to healthcare to family resources. In 2014, New Ballet was awarded the National Arts and Humanities Youth Program Award from the President's Committee on the Arts and the Humanities. Brianna Brown, then a senior in high school and a New Ballet student from age 6, accepted the award on behalf of her peers for excellence in arts education in a school setting, and that was at Dunbar Elementary, where we were housed at that time. One of only 12 organizations awarded nationwide, we met the leader of another after-school dance program from Los Angeles, Koreatown, who had begun a public school for dance. Their academic and artistic successes inspired us, and we also saw the necessity of expanding to multiple arts disciplines. Just as we have partnered with Pathway Schools, MemArts will openly engage and seek to partner with neighboring schools. We've begun engaging students with group performances in Caldwell Guthrie, Korea, and Valentine Elementary. New Ballet developed and ran through the Orange Mound Family Elementary, led by a community member. Serving the listening, we canvassed parents. When they voiced broader concerns other than the arts, we partnered across sectors to offer adult education and more. New Ballet's grounding in creative youth development and performances like Nut Remix will expand into 38107 and the surrounding downtown and North Memphis areas through a robust community-based after-school program. This is a proud neighborhood, primarily of elders who care deeply about preservation and children in their community, and this is an incredible building, a Memphis treasure. Last summer, LRK interns from the University of Memphis and Auburn volunteered to create these slides of the building layout and finish. As the interns envisioned Hume's Renaissance, they followed our value set to imagine a community drawn to the building as an anchor for the arts, community gatherings, and resources. Our model schools for equitable admissions practices are the Chicago School of Fine Arts, the Baltimore School of the Arts, and Duke Ellington School of the Arts in DC has been operating for 40 years, made famous by its alums. It recently underwent a $200 million renovation. The history of Humes, built in the 20s and added on to post-war, is a grade 7-12 technical school and home to immigrant families in the downtown area, with Jewish, Italian, and Greek students making up a large part of the population. The future of Humes is everything we've covered here today, an anchor in a great building and a proud community. The Uptown revitalization under a HUD Hope 6 grant with Turley Bells and the Memphis Housing Authority did all the work up to Manassas, but the development ended there. Humes must not be left to decay further for the surrounding communities, but restored as a community asset so that the communities work, repair, and the community can restore itself. Through our partners at the Uptown Association, the CRA, Smoky City and Klondike CDC, and community pastors, will learn how the neighbors envision using the property around Humes and the spaces inside devoted to community offices and after-school programs. The interns took our sister school, Shy Arts Academic and Arts Program spaces, added middle school classrooms, and fit them into Humes' existing spaces, which you can see in your packets. Modernizing the rear entrance is vital to the student's experience. It'll create a safe drop-off and pickup area for parents, secure parking, and more glass where students can witness one another's work and act. Bringing the cafeteria out of the basement will brighten the day for students between academic and arts periods, creating opportunities for cross-pollination. And now our last slide, so you can get to your questions. New Ballet Ensemble and School is working with the Community Redevelopment Agency to begin a Phase 1 environmental site assessment at Humes, with costly cleanup ahead. Rather than negotiating remediation separately, we propose reducing our offer using the former Northside High School as precedent. According to a commercial appeal article from August 15, 2023, Northside Renaissance purchased the old high school in May of 2021 for $400,000. The CA obtained the Shelby County Register of Deeds, and that's what we're relying on for this, but if we're mistaken, please correct us. At $1.67 per square foot for the 240,000 square foot north side, the comparable price for Humes at 131,000 square feet is $218,000. Humes requires more significant work, including removal of hazardous materials, ADA access, elevators, a new roof, waterproofing, and more, but we're committed. We estimate a $50 million investment to transform Humes into a performing arts and technology school and a vital anchor in this proud neighborhood. We believe in this vision and want to tell the story with you about how a vacant school became a national model for community renewal through the arts. Many thanks to all of you for your interest and support of this ambitious project on behalf of the creative children who will reap a lifetime of benefits, and the North Memphis community itself as it seeks to conserve a historic treasure, preserving their heritage. Thank you.
Any questions, comments? Board Member McKinney and McKissick. Any more?
Thank you. Thank you for this presentation. I think it's a fabulous idea. Just full disclosure, the work that I do outside of this is in the Klondike and Smoky City area. So would love to see that building do something for that particular community. With that said, my questions and therefore I think challenges that I see is I hear you all talking about community partners. One of the things, and I'm hearing faith-based entities, I'm hearing the Klondike Smoky City CDC. What I'm not hearing is how are you going to reach the actual residents that live in that community? And I think I've had this conversation. That's going to require like boots on the ground. If you want to, if the thing I've learned, if you want people to buy in, they have to feel like that something wasn't done to them, it was done with them. So the idea of co-designing, so going and knocking on the doors and inviting people in. Another entity, there is the Smoky City Neighborhood Association. So I didn't hear that. So I just, this is information for your benefit, I hope. I also heard culturally rooted and cultural partnerships and cross-sector partnerships. And I'm looking at the partnerships here. And, you know, have you all considered, if you're committed to culturally rooted partnerships, to name a few organizations, MMI, Angel Street, Hattie Lou, Collage, Cooler Kids with Princeton James Project, Black Arts Alliance, Blue City Cultural Center. Have you all spoken to them? Particularly, I think Hattie Lou's in and around the area, and so is Angel Street. And so,
Yes.
I didn't.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, that's okay. And I just didn't see them on your list of partners.
I can answer those questions. Thank you, Natalie, and you've been so helpful in the process. We have had a lot of conversations. Yes, we have spoken with Ekidayo at Hattie Lou. We've spoken with Memphis Jazz Workshop. Angel Street is listed under our partnerships, unless it didn't make that slide for some reason. And there are other partnerships, certainly like Prism. I mean, there are many more, even in addition to those you named, DAC, which is on the slide. But we're reluctant to put people who haven't agreed to partner with us on the slides because we don't want to surprise folks. I had a long conversation with Ekidayo around that. So I am in ongoing talks, for example, with Hattie Lou. Ekidayo and I grew up together as younger arts leaders 24 years ago. So we've been talking. But Angel Street is actually performing with us in that remix, and they're signed on. Matthew could probably address that better than I because he's had those discussions. Matthew?
Yeah, I actually approached the podium when you started talking, Katie. Yeah, Angel Street is going to be moving into a new facility in this neighborhood, actually. And so we actually talked to them about helping with the recording studio side of things, as well as partnering with them around New Ballet as well. I'll say this to even art organizations like Collage as well. We actually actively work with Collage. One of the things that, and again, this is a much abbreviated presentation, but the only way this works in terms of having professionals come in from the community to work with the schools is to work with different organizations. So there will be dance teachers or dancers from Ballet Memphis or from Collage or from New Ballet or whatever. So there will be opportunities for folks from every arts organization to be a part of the teaching and the training of students in this school.
Thank you.
I have a follow-up. Thank you. This is huge. This is potentially a game changer, and I want to ensure, and I think board members, I hope, want to ensure that we do this in partnership. And so the question becomes, you want to now purchase it. You want to purchase it, and then what type of school? Is this then wanting a contract school with the district? Being a contract school with the district? Because I know if it's performing, if this is performing arts and it is, you have to, what is it, apply? Audition, then it's not a charter. We can't do charter. So what is it that you all are proposing?
I have that. Thank you, Matthew. We've been trying for 10 years to work on a contract school. Dr. Whitelaw was actually at a meeting, and Lori Phillips with me, with John Barker, back in the old administration, and Dr. Ray's administration. I also was working with Brian Stockton and Dorsey Hobson on this. So I've been trying to arrange for a contract school with Memphis-Shelby County Schools for, I'd say, about 8 years. And right now, our urgency is to acquire the real estate, and I think I've explained this to everyone very transparently, the administration and the board, about the new market tax credits. We have an opportunity to receive those, and it's a considerable amount of the construction costs, up to half of the construction costs, which it would just be a tragedy to let that go. As they age out, they'll become less. So we won't have the same opportunity we would have if we were brought in by the CDEs this summer. So we feel like it's premature to commit to a district, but we absolutely, especially with Dr. Richmond, we shared a lot in our meeting, and I mean, I wish that there were another Dr. Richmond who could be the executive director and principal of the school, quite honestly, because he really understands it. I do want to be very careful, and our board wants to be very careful in those negotiations. And as I think I've told many of you, we've even looked into a governor's schools of the Arts. Birmingham has a Governor's School of the Arts. It's been around for 40 years. That's highly successful, one of the top schools in the state, academically actually. And South Carolina, for example, has those schools. So there are options, but you're absolutely correct. Tennessee law does not allow a charter school to audition.
So when you say it's
very equitable.
I'm sorry. So just to be clear, when you say it's premature to commit to a district, what other district are you all contemplating?
Well, we're contemplating becoming a governor's school primarily.
Okay, I'm not familiar with that, so please educate.
The governor's school currently is only for the summer, and it's at MTSU, the Governor's School of the Arts. So we would work with the state to try to expand that to Memphis, knowing how difficult that could be. Our other options, we'd like to continue talking to Memphis-Shelby County schools and even the University of Memphis schools, as you mentioned in our call this week. Those are all options. But I went to Central. I'm a Central alum. I have dreamed of this school being a Memphis-Shelby County school. I just want to make sure that we own the building, because raising this money, I know that the private foundations and the public entities that want to invest in the school will want to make sure that the mission is carried out. And we've seen examples in other cities where superintendents have changed and boards have changed. And for example, Duke Ellington School of the Arts in DC has been told they can no longer audition and they must accept the Georgetown students.
So Katie, let me jump in there. This is Michelle McKissick. So the former Hume School has been in my district, and I think the biggest sticking point, we all realize what a wonderful asset this school would be to the community as a whole. Having the option of students from across Memphis and Shelby County attending it. But it seems like the biggest sticking point has been, as you just mentioned, the building. And I would like to hear from the administration regarding the last time that we discussed this at length was in the May board meeting, and we were talking about the building and the quality of the building. It's a beautiful old building, but it's, like I said, old, very old. And the third floor hasn't been inhabitable for quite some time, for at least the last 7 years that I've been on the board. So what is the status? Because that seems to be the sticking point. Is that not what we're talking about here, the sale of the building and what's going to happen to us? I'd like to hear from the administration, from Dr. Richmond or whomever you designate.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Dr. Richmond, Board Member McKissick. Yes, this presentation was done so that at the board's request, so that everybody would understand what the plan is from New Ballet Ensemble. As far as the building goes, when we had that May conversation, there was a lot of talk about donation. And as part of the facilities plan, we are revamping the policy and creating donation criteria so that all donation requests will go through that same process and everybody will be held to that same standard. So without those donation criteria, it will postpone this conversation about Humes. If we're still talking about donation, it will postpone that conversation past the tax credit period that she's talking about.
So if I may, my follow-up. So Katie, in light of what you just heard, so what does that mean for you now? I mean, what are your thoughts on all of this?
Our thought is to pay for the building at the same, using the North Side sale as a comparable. And I discussed this with Ms. Stewart. I was advised to speak with her, and we spoke extensively about her, so I did present this to her in advance. So that we can get the new market tax credit, try to get into the current round. You have to be shovel ready by Q1 or Q2 of 26. And so that's our goal.
All right, thank you, Katie. So, Dr. Richmond, at this point, it seems like there's a lot of conversation that still needs to take place between the administration and this organization that, I mean, there's only so much that can be had at this point. That's a significant sticking point.
Keith and Amber. And
I'm told that Graceland is off $1 billion of that project. So why, and I taught at Northside High School for 35 years, right in front of that building. I know what's out there, I know who lives there. And it doesn't appear that it will look like us, or the people who live in that community, that building is given or sold to these folks. I don't know what is the price they're willing to offer for that, as it stands down.
So to answer the question, I'll start with Board Member McKissick. Board Member McKissick, we were operating from the standpoint, and Ms. Stewart, correct me if I'm wrong, there was an offer on the table for $750,000. That was the initial offer or request. And with that being the offer, there was a counter offer that if there were any hazardous chemicals or material, those monies would go toward that. Our concern was if those monies went toward that, and let's say there was over that threshold, we could possibly end up paying someone to take the building versus us revenue generating off of the building. After that offer was made, staff was asked to meet with New Ballet. We met with New Ballet. I met with them. I've shared that I want them to be a partner, but we're in the middle of our facilities plan. We're in the middle of setting criteria for either donating property or what would that look like long term. And part of us coming up with those metrics for determining donating property would be an outcome of the committee meetings, the ad hoc committee meetings that we've done a board resolution for, we've done a charter for. And so staff and I have not wanted to make that decision in isolation, even though we understand that time is of the essence for New Ballet. My suggestion to New Ballet was, hey, I think even thinking about the environmental concerns, you're getting a property that's only going to appreciate. And I would love that if you want to purchase the building, if possible, for us to be able to move forward. However, I continue to say we love to have them. I don't want them to be a competitor, okay? I want them as a partner and really part of our portfolio, because I see the usefulness and the utility and the need for that type of school in that area. I always have. I've told them we'll look at charter, we'll look at innovative schools, we'll look at even doing an approach that we've done with our CTE programs, where we could look at kids who are in some of our surrounding schools. We bus those kids there in the morning and in the afternoon to help with building out that program. I've talked to them about several ways that we could partner, because I thought that was what the board asked me and my team to do. And so now we're at the point, again, the board is going to have to decide how we go about either donating property or if we want to consider giving them the property at a reduced cost, is what I'm hearing, which I don't think we could solve here, because there would have to be, I guess, a formal bid process in order for us to be able to do that. So hopefully I've answered the question.
Okay, first clarifying question. Do we have a formal offer that says $218,000, which is what I heard based on the north side numbers?
No.
Okay. Thank you for this presentation. I've had the chance to meet and see this, all the planning and vision and community support that we have. Something that struck me in the comments, and it is not the only community member or partner that has said this, is that, yeah, I started conversations 4 administrations ago. I talked to this person, and I got sent here, then we had 18 conversations, and then we didn't do anything. We just stopped. We just didn't make progress. I'm of the mind, if we had a policy right now, I do know we don't want to get ahead of ourselves. I understand that we cannot donate it in this moment, and we do want to make sure that as we embark on a big facilities plan that we do have criteria in place. I think that the figure that you all come up with is data driven. It is It is based on something that we've done in the past, and I do not want to miss the opportunity to revitalize a building, to offer programming to students that we don't offer. I do not want them to be a competitor, but more than anything, I don't want us to lose the opportunity. So I will publicly say, if we get a formal bid, even if this needs to be a special call meeting, I intend to support the sale of the building, and I have a lot of trust in everything that I have seen that you're going to engage the community and move forward and make this a wonderful project that is great for Memphis kids, period. So I would love to see a formal bid. This has my support.
I agree as well, just to echo Board Member Hewitt Garcia just said. I've seen this presentation several times. I think many of us have. And I agree, we don't want to make it a competition, and we do want to provide an opportunity. I think they have some amazing things that they're going to be doing in our community, and I would definitely want to move forward in support of them making an offer as well, so we can, and also a special call meeting if needed, and then we can move forward with this.
I have a clarifying question. The gentleman that was speaking, I don't know your name. Matthew. You said you have been trying to get this school for 8 years?
No, the dream of a professional middle and high school for over 10 years. It's something that Katie, our founder, has been dreaming of for a long time.
I remember about 10 years ago when Dorsey was superintendent, he wanted to turn Humes into a performing arts school. You had a conversation with him?
Yes, Board Member Love, we did. We talked with him and with Brian Stockton at length. And that's when we really started in earnest our partnership of going into schools. And honestly, he upped the budget for the Performing Arts Office after our conversation. So he was on board. But again, you know, administration's turnover. So he and I did not specifically talk about Humes, but there was a plan that I know Linda Sklar and Drew Davison worked on for Humes, and Dr. Richmond, I believe, you also mentioned that to me the other day. So
I remember that plan. My daughter is in the performing arts program too, so I support the arts, and anything I can do to make this dream a reality, you have my support. Any more questions?
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. I did have several questions. My first question is, what's the real value of that building, of the property?
The appraisal is $1,420,000. That was the appraisal prior to the vandalism.
Okay, now, next question. What will the district be responsible for if we donated the building? If we went through the process of donating the building, what will we be responsible for if donated?
If we deed the building to another entity, then we are no longer responsible for anything at that property.
Okay, because I am in agreement with everybody else with the performing arts, because I came from a performing arts school, and we spoke when I saw the presentation, and I think that this will be something good for our children, and so I don't think we should be delaying it any further, because it's been delayed, and we'll be sitting here for probably another few years trying to figure it out, and I don't think we need to do that. So I think that we need to take whatever the proper necessary steps is to go ahead and move forward.
Thank you.
I have one quick question. Katie talked about the timeline. Can you go back over that very quickly? Because I know that you all have a timeline that you have to meet in order to qualify for the tax.
Yes, and Brent Hooks has been following along with me, our board member who's there. We have met with Truist Bank and have secured their interest in funding this project through new market tax credits. We're working with a consultant to try to get in the round that is September to December of this year. It could be as much as $14 million towards the renovation of this building. But all of the CDEs are choosing organizations like ours, nonprofits only, now, this summer. And we're not a very good package if we don't have a building. So we need an agreement or to purchase the building as is for $218,000 so that we can obtain this building. And I just want to tell all of you, I really appreciate all these questions and input. It's been great.
Commissioner Love, if I could I speak to a comment that Commissioner Williams made? I wanted to address the question about who this would serve. One of the things Katie and I have talked about a lot is making sure that the primary audience is serving folks that are in the neighborhood. And a lot of these schools across the country, particularly Baltimore School of the Arts, does an incredible job of making sure that these schools reach a diverse student base. So it would not be a lot of students from outside the neighborhood that don't look like our students in this school. That's why the audition process in itself is equity-based and has a proven track record at several of these schools. Some of these schools around the country do turn into places where the elite send their kids, and we would be intentional on making sure that does not happen at this school.
Thank you.
Natalie? I have a question. Just for clarification, again, this is a fabulous program and it's got my full support. The one thing we do have to do is we can't jump over our policies. And one of the things it says is that we have to have it appraised. So I don't know where the $218,000 is coming from, particularly with, when was that appraisal done?
By 2024.
Okay. So I don't know what the internal process is, but I do know that part of what we have to do is have it appraised. And so how quickly can we get this done so that we can?
So we can pay to have it reappraised, and that would take another 3 weeks, or we can just rely on this appraisal. That 218 that Katie was speaking of was her doing the math of the square footage cost that we sold Northside High School to Northside Renaissance, and then applying it to the square footage at Humes, is what she was saying.
So what was if the appraisal was in July of 2024, what was the square footage cost there, appraisal at one? Was it the same as Northside? Because Northside was done how many years ago?
Northside, the boards agreed to the purchase sale agreement in 2020 and it closed in early 2021.
Right.
So off the top of my head, I'm not going to know.
Okay, but the 2024 appraisal square footage amount is based on something different than what that was.
So the July 2024 appraisal of Humes is based on the Humes square footage, and I can do the math to get you the number, but it's going to be much higher than the cost of the north side square footage.
Okay.
So the north side appraisal, I'll have to look back, but it was more than $400,000.
Right, okay. So can we get full information around that? So in terms of treating this in a similar way so that we can move forward with that. And again, I think Board Member Hewitt Garcia asked for something in writing.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will give that to you as soon as I get the full offer, the official offer from.
Could you, for the benefit of all of us, give us the clear process for us to sell the building?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And timing, how quickly we can get it done, because we don't want them to miss the opportunity.
Any more questions, comments?
Quick question, because I threw it out there in sort of a passion of a special call meeting, but can this go on our regular July meeting if we have an offer in writing? Like, is that timeline work for our regular business meeting at the end of the month? Okay, because I heard September through December, but okay, cool, thanks.
We have to comply with our policy.
You want to say anything? No further business. This meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. We'll keep moving. We'll go right into Policy, Governance, and Legislation Committee. Thank you all.
the date that we would like to have those policies in front of the board. So if you noticed on the first page for May, the second page, I'm sorry, on the second page for the month of May, we completed 6 policies. Those policies have already been approved by the board, and they're outlined on the second page. On the next page, what we were proposing to present to you in the month of July, we are moving those policies to August, except as noted. On the third page, we are bringing these policies before you in the month of July. We were originally scheduled to bring these policies before you in August, but we want to bring these before you this month. And then the last page, these are the policies that we would like to present to you for the month of September. Also at the bottom of the last page, we've outlined several public chapters that were recently, a few new laws that were recently enacted that we know we will have to make policy revisions around. And they are outlined on the bottom of that page. The one that I would like to mention is Public Chapter 494, DEI. That's going to be specific to our MWBE program. And we will have to work with the consultant who developed the MWBE plan or the small business plan to have some additional revisions done for that. Also to this list that's not listed on this particular page that you have in front of you, we would like to add strategic allocations as well as policy number 4003, conflict of interest. Any questions?
Any questions, comments?
Did you say strategic allocations under conflicts of interest or separate things?
No.
Okay, so we're just putting a policy together on a process for strategic allocations? Okay.
I have a question. A policy is 3 months, and we used to get our strategic allocations in next month. In in July. Mm-hmm. We're going to do a resolution this month.
You can do a resolution this month, but if we look back at when the strategic allocation process was originally developed, that dates back to, I believe, 2018.
Yeah.
And it was based on one specific resolution that was for the 2017-18 school year. And in that resolution, there's some specific language around requiring the board to look at the effectiveness of the program, and we haven't done that. So we can bring a resolution forward, that's at the will of the board, or we can develop a policy to help support a resolution. But again, that's at the will of the board. And I believe Commissioner McKinney wanted to provide some additional information at the top of this particular committee meeting.
Oh, going back to governance? Are we going back up?
But your strategic allocation.
Oh, strategic allocations. No, I think you said it. I just think we need to move forward strategically with our strategic allocations. So I think there is a possibility, to your point, Commissioner Love, for us to do a resolution as to take care of this year as we work on the strategic allocations policy. Is that what you're suggesting? Okay. If it's the will of the board.
Years past, we did a resolution every year, if I'm not mistaken.
We were only able to locate one resolution, and that was the original resolution that was adopted, I believe, in 2017-18. We do not have a record of any other resolutions. You may have adopted one, but there's no record in board docs.
Any more questions, comments about this? Business system review.
So I think this becomes relevant after I talk about the governance update. If I can move it back up, Board Member Love, to number 2. I appreciate that. You go back up. It'll become relevant. Okay, so if I can. Yes, so let me move up to 2.01, back to section 2, and then we can come back down to 3.03, and then you'll understand. So going to 2.01 governance update, again, we put out an RFI to ensure that we were getting the information. That was resubmitted. It went out on June 25th. The questions were due July 2nd. And then the RFI is due July 16th. Once we get that, then we will share all of the responses with the full board, so we can then have a discussion as to which organization and or consultant we'd like to use to do our governance training. If you recall, the RFI, which is a request for information, it sets out that we would like to have governance training. And part of that governance training is revisiting our mission and our vision and allowing us to set our goals. Once we set our goals, that will allow us to then work with the superintendent to do a strategic plan. If you recall, we are at the end of Destination 2025, and so now we have to figure out where we're going moving forward. So I just wanted to give you all that update. Any questions around that? Okay. All right, 2.02 governance training and goals. That was that. Board relations training. You all received a poll about having our board relations training. We have all agreed to August 15th. It will be held at TSBA in Nashville. What I do need to know from the board is the time. Do we want to do 8:30 to 5? I just needed to know time frame. Yeah, I don't get up at 8:30 either, but I mean, some people are early. I'm sorry? Yeah. It's a full day training, so I just need to get back to TSBA with the times. They're on board, they're ready to go, they're locked and loaded, they just want to know the time. Yep, go ahead.
Now, I was just responding to the query. I guess, are you going to send it out? Because I'm thinking if we're going to start at 8:30 in the morning, we have to drive up the night before.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Would you all like me to poll you all on the time? I'll poll you all on time so we can get it. Right.
I have a child in Memphis-Shelby County Schools I have to take to school. So I will be doing that, and I will join you late, or I will, we'll start later. So
all right, I will.
But I can put in an email. I cannot drive up the night before either. I'm my daughter.
Understand. All right, so I'll poll, and we can come up with ways to make sure that everybody's included. Questions? All right, now, getting down to 3.03, Business Systems Review. We have a policy. Maria, I don't remember the policy number for Business Systems Review. Yeah, well, we have a policy, Business Systems Review. And what that policy requires us to do is to go through governance training, to be involved in governance training on an annual basis before we do business systems review. Business systems review allows us to calendar every year the different systems that we would like for the superintendent to provide us with, the KPIs, and it's a way for us to understand the operations, such as HR, such as our procurement, such as our academics, all of those different systems that make the district go. And so I would like to, I think I'll ask Maria to send everybody a copy of the Business Systems Review so that you all can take a look at it and see that that's the work that we have to calendar for this year as we begin to look at our different systems and determining the alignment to our academic, to our strategies and our goals. So that's what I wanted to just update everyone on. Any questions around that? Okay. And then I will hand it over to Ms. Stewart, 3.04, 2025 Legislative Agenda Review.
Okay, so and I think we skipped one, we should have some policies that are coming before you. Okay, so we do have some policies. You want me to go over the policies first or the legislative agenda?
Are any of these policies statutory revisions?
One, and the other, we have 9 policies that we would like to bring before the board this month. 8 were discussed in the policy retreat. They're specific to the board. They're in that 0000 section. And 1, which is a new policy that's required by state law around student suicide prevention. We are required by law to have a policy in place on this. It's not a new law, but it is a law that we just overlooked. And we're bringing it before you this month.
Okay, go ahead, and I think going through these first, and then you can go through the legislative update and sort of give us a preview of the policies that will be coming forward.
Okay. All right, so the first policy, and you should have a copy of this, and it should also be included in board docs. So the first policy is 0000, school board meetings. Again, we discussed all of these policies in the policy retreat that we held previously in the year. It's just basic cleanup language, and it's beginning on red page 1 of your document. And again, as we discussed in our policy retreat, we're adding language regarding the duties of the chair as well as the vice chair. We've also clarified how a special call meeting can be scheduled. If you all can remember, a few months ago, there was some confusion around whether or not the co-chair the vice chair could call a special call meeting. So we've added some clarifying language in the policy around that. Also, we've added language that specifically states that if the majority of the board members request to have a special call meeting, then it is the responsibility of the board chair to schedule that meeting. So again, that's clarifying language. In the absence of the chair or the vice chair can call for a special call meeting. There was some confusion around that previously as well, so we've added that language to clarify. On red page 5, we're recommending revising the timeline, that the agenda is provided from 24 hours to 48 hours, and that's based on state law. And on red page 6, also during the policy retreat, you all asked that we move spotlight on the arts as well as special recognitions from the board work session to the regular business meeting. Any questions? Okay, the next item is 0002, board member qualifications and elections, beginning on red page 9. We're just adding language regarding the requirement for board members to participate in orientation as well as ongoing development. And this, again, is based on recommendations that were provided by the board members during the policy retreat. The next item is 0004, board officers and duties. That's on red page 11 and 12. We need some input regarding the duties of the vice chair. So if you look on red page 11, we've provided on red page 12, we provided language for 2 different types of scenarios. The language reads, if the chair and vice chair are absent at a meeting, either the ranking member with the longest continuous service on the board will serve in that capacity, or we can allow the board members at the meeting to elect a chair pro tem. And we just need your recommendation on the language that you would like to have in the policy. Again, that's on red page 12 under item B, duties of the vice chair.
Sorry about that. Real quick question for this. If you have a situation where you don't have a longest ranking, then perhaps we may consider keeping both of those in there, just in case we don't have a longest break here. Yeah, right, so I would keep both of those in there.
Okay, if that's the will of the board. Okay, we can, okay. So we can keep both. And we can massage the language to make it flow better. The next item is policy number 0005, method and election of board members, beginning on red page 14. We've added language regarding the timing of elections for board officers. We state that the election will be held at a regular or a special call meeting in September. And if in the event that we're in the midst of a county election, then the officers will be voted on after the newly board members are sworn in. So again, if it's just during the regular cycle, then you will vote either at a regular call meeting, a regular business meeting, or a special call meeting in September. But if it's during the time when the county is holding an election, then you will vote on your board officer either after your after your newly elected board members have been sworn in. On red page 15, we've also added language addressing filling the chair and vice chair position in the event of a vacancy. And again, this language is based on recommendations that we received during the policy retreat. Any questions on that? And I want to go back and clarify because I stumbled on the language again. For the election of your board officers, we're recommending that you do it in a voting meeting either in September, but if you are aligning with the Shelby County election, then you will not vote on your officers until your new board members have been sworn in. Okay. The next item is policy number 0012. Board policy development, adoption, dissemination, and review. It begins on red page 17. It's just cleanup language to add the board district general counsel as a responsible party. If you can recall, a few months ago, you did pass a policy that places the board district general counsel in a position where he's also an employee of the board, and you have specific departments under your board district general counsel, and policy at this point falls under his position. So we've added his name as a responsible party. Any questions or concerns? The next item is policy number 0016, and it begins on red page 20. The current policy requires the district to provide orientation for school board candidates, and we're revising this policy to address only those school board members who have been elected to serve as a board member. So currently, if you are a candidate to be a school board member, according to this policy, the school district is supposed to provide them with some form of orientation. We don't do that. We haven't, as long as I've been here, I'm not aware of us ever doing that. So based on the information that we received during the policy retreat, we were asked to revise this to only reflect on those individuals who have been elected to serve as board members. We've also outlined language that's specific to local training requirements, and that's just orientation and maybe professional development opportunities that the district can provide. And we've also outlined those state requirements that TSBA will provide. We've added language in this policy based on your request during the retreat that will address reasonable expenses for travel, lodging, fees, etc. And based on the prior policy, I think it was 0017 maybe, I can't remember the number, I didn't write it down, I'm sorry. But in order for your travel to be approved and paid for by the district, you have to have prior approval by your board chair. that's currently in policy, and we're just bringing it over. There are some exceptions. There's TSBA conferences, fall district meeting, and one annually required school board training academy meeting. Again, all of this is based on information that we received during the board policy retreat. Any questions or concerns about that? Okay, the next one is policy number 0017, and that's the board conference travel, beginning on red page 23. You asked that we repeal this particular policy and incorporate the requirements into the policy that we just discussed. So everything that we discussed that's in policy number 0016 was or currently is in policy number 0017. So we're just shifting that language over, and we can repeal this policy.
Does anyone have any questions around this? I do have one question. Anybody else?
I have a question. Who is in charge of the food allowance?
The food allowances would be under finance. And I think I know where you all are going because you brought it up in the policy retreat, and I think Chief Langston is prepared to talk about it. You all did ask about aligning our per diems with the GSA per diem rates, and I'll turn it over to Mr. Langston.
Quickly.
Yeah, that was my question.
We will align it with GSA standards, and it'll be done as of August when this is in this policy is voted on.
Is that something that's specifically referred to in here? Should we state GSA?
We can state GSA standards.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, the next item is 0025, constituent services. This is basically just cleanup language, and we've included the board district general counsel as a responsible party. Again, because the board district general counsel is an employee of the board, we've added that language to the policy. And the last item for policy revisions is a new policy, 5024, student suicide prevention. Based on current law, the school district is required to have a suicide prevention policy that includes language around intervention, prevention, intervention, and postvention. So intervention pretty much is just informing, keeping parents, students informed, and then you have postvention that in the event of a suicide on school campuses, then we should have some specific processes in place to address that. Again, it is required by state law, and we looked at the state's model policy, and we pretty much adopted their policy with some revisions.
So I have a question, and maybe this is more for Mr. Langston. Is this, there's the intervention, there's the prevention, intervention, and postvention, as she said. Are there dollars associated with any of this? And if so, where would, are there any dollars, additional dollars associated?
Thank you for your question. As of now, no, ma'am. There's no requirements, particularly in TISA. It doesn't mean it's not coming, but currently not.
So I just want to make sure that we're staying in compliance, and so just how do we intend on doing that, given who is going to do that, given our nursing shortage, our behavioral specialists, and that sort of thing. I just want to bring that to our attention.
And if I may add, we do have a mental health team, and Dr. Goings, if she's here to support, if you need some additional questions asked.
How will this policy be communicated to the parents and general public?
To try to get the policy out to parents, as you know that we do have the Parental Right Acts here in Tennessee, so all parents must have informed consent. So we have to, as a district, we have to do our diligence in making sure that our parents are aware of the policy. And not only that, any education that we provide to students does also include informed consent from parents. We do, as in the department anyway, we provide suicide training to students in grades 5th, 7th, and 9th, and we have to get parental consent for that, for those trainings. And part of the policy is also teacher training. So they have, by state law, they must have 2 years of suicide training annually.
Board members, this is also part of our larger work around MTSS, our social emotional learning, when we're talking to students about responsible decision making, when we're talking to students about self-awareness, mindfulness, being able to manage stress and things like that. So again, we see it as it's a policy, but it's still part of our larger work around mental health and student wellness and social emotional learning.
Yeah, so it is something we've been doing all along anyway. We just want to make sure that we have a policy. We have procedures, but we want to make sure we're in compliance with the law.
I have a question. Like we have the hotline for the kids that have weapons. Do we have a hotline if a child knows that another student has the possibility of thinking about suicide?
Okay. Yes, we do have a hotline. Well, the hotline really is, our crisis line is for staff members to, when there's students who are expressing suicidal thoughts or behaviors. There is a process and procedures, like I said earlier, in all schools, and it's in their procedures and policy manual of what the process to take. Students, like I said earlier, we do training with our students on how to recognize these signs and then how to seek help, and then we identify those trusted adults for them. And we receive calls throughout the mental health center. We receive calls really daily that we respond to for students who are expressing suicide. So we're doing a great job. It is a double-edged sword. We do provide the awareness. However, once you provide the awareness, we are going to get those students who are in those situations expressing suicidal thoughts or behaviors.
Has the suicide rate for our young people increased since the pandemic?
It has dramatically. I've been in 30 years in school mental health, and since COVID, I have never experienced, especially here in this district, any completed suicides. Since COVID, yes, we have seen in this district, since COVID, probably about 7 completed suicides, not on campus, but we have experienced that across the district. So to your answer, to your question, yes, we have. And our numbers mimic the national average, unfortunately.
Thank you. And to our communications team, this is another thing. I think Board Member McKinney made the statement that you have a board. Utilize us to get the word out that there is prevention, there is help for our young people and adults also.
I got a question. Do we have a policy around bullying or cyberbullying, or is that strictly done at the school level? Because
No.
I know the state just created some regulations around there for us as far as students not receiving the driver's license if they're found bullying or cyberbullying.
Right, we do have a policy, and that policy is required by law. So it does include cyberbullying as well.
It just doesn't mimic, what the state has put in place. Does it mimic
Does
what
it
the state
align
put
with what the state has put in place? We don't mention anything about the driver's license in there because we're not in control of the driver's license. That's something that's done outside of us, but we can take a look at it to see if we can incorporate that type of language. But again, that would be an action or a disciplinary action that would be taken outside of the school district.
Yeah, because like I said, the last board meeting, oftentimes our parents, they don't hear the laws that's coming down from Nashville. So if we can just get that word out about this particular law that's from Nashville, I think it'll be worth it. Because again, like I said, a lot of parents can't control their children do outside the home, but they're really cracking down on this cyberbullying.
Yes, Board Member Porter, we spoke at length this morning in cabinet meeting about communicating out new statutes and policies to the general public and parents and students.
Ms. Stewart, if there's a way to Board Member Porter's statement, if there's a way we can identify in the policy the possible repercussions, just say, because I imagine we have to report something in order for the state to not grant the license or to revoke it.
I'm taking a note. Okay.
I just have one afterthought regarding travel, and then we can move on to the next thing. As far as I know the board office used to have a credit card or something when they're reserving rooms and things of that nature. Is that going to be required to be put in policy, or how does that work? Because every time we do the travel lodge, they ask for a debit card every time. I know usually when we get to the desk we can do that, but as far as reservation, so that things can run a little bit smoother and we're not consistently doing that every time, is that possible for someone to be designated that so that travel arrangements can be made a little more smoothly?
So are you saying that you, as an individual board member, you have to use your personal credit card?
Every time we reserve, it's understood that when you get there, you give a card for incidentals, but every time it's something needs to be planned, it's give me your card, give me your card.
Okay. I will have to defer to our superintendent on that, or to Tito Langston.
It's me again. So as it relates to a credit card, the district, no individual as a district has a credit card. The district has one card for travel that is maintained in the safe in the finance office. Their credit card for board members or any members who are traveling, if you book your travel at least 10 days in advance, it should cover everything. Now, in the instance where it's not 10 days, then you count on your own and you can get reimbursed. But if you do it at least 10 days in advance, the finance team can cut you checks or get you direct deposit for any, even incidentals, and we can use credit card authorization forms that can go directly to hotels in the instance. So if you're traveling and you're using your personal card, you shouldn't have to. Again, if it's booked at least 10 days in advance, we can use credit card authorization forms, and this shouldn't be an issue.
And
Thank you for that.
We did add language on page 21 under item C, the third bullet down, second sentence. Expenses approved by the board chair shall be paid directly by the board or reimbursed to the board member. So that covers everything that Chief Langston just mentioned.
Thank you. Just as a possibility to consider is just to clearly outline for board members what the process is, because I don't think I knew that. So that would be helpful so that we're held accountable for our timeliness and you all can get done what you need to do. All right, I appreciate that.
Asking for some type of process to be put in place for the board.
Agree, and I think that should be for all employees, though. I think if you don't have a credit card, they will hold a certain amount on a debit card, and I don't want any professional development or travel associated with being an employee of the district there be a financial barrier to that. So we know if there is a credit card authorization form for incidentals, and then let's just make sure that we're not missing opportunities. And then also suggest if there are board members or employees who need additional funds, I think we should think about what it looks like to support employees or board members who need assistance, or if there are barriers to professional development or training or things like that. I don't think, not for tonight, we don't have the time tonight, but I do want to make sure that everybody getting the same may not provide the same access, and I want to make sure that we focus on the outcome training and exposure to what we need to be great board members and employees.
Thank you, Board Member Hewitt Garcia. Are we done with policies?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I think the last thing is the policy calendar. I think you all should have it. If you all recall, when we, several months ago, we did the proposed policy calendar as a result of the biennial review that we did. And so I've asked Ms. Stewart to give us a status update on what we have completed thus far.
And we reviewed the policy calendar already.
Oh, we did?
We did.
Oh, y'all are quick. Thank you. Okay, I'm done. And so you did the statutory stuff too?
So the only item left for me would be the legislative agenda information. We are hosting a meeting on this Thursday. I believe it starts at 10 o'clock. You all should have received an invite. I've already received confirmation that several of you will be in attendance. But during that meeting, I think there are approximately 200 and maybe 21 laws that were passed that have a direct impact on education. We're not going to cover all 200 of those laws. We're just going to try. We're going to try to just give a high-level overview of several or the majority of those items during the call. I think it's going to last between an hour to an hour and a half. Just FYI, during the legislative session, we do provide ongoing informational meetings to let staff and others know where we are in the legislative process, the bills that are being passed, and we've already hosted one meeting where we covered some of the legislation that were passed. But with new people coming on board, we felt like it was very important for all of us to know some of the things that would be impacting us. For example, for the upcoming school year, only your SROs, SSOs, and a trained school administrator, your principal, will be able to conduct searches of a student. In our policy now, we speak to any individual can conduct a search. We also have a cell phone prohibition that was recently enacted by the state. We have to align our policy with that particular law as well. We do have a draft that we're going to be discussing with principals on Thursday. I don't know if we'll be able to slide that particular policy on the agenda for the upcoming board work session. If so, I would love to bring it before you and have it approved this month versus trying to have it approved next month. If we are able to bring it, we will be asking you to suspend the rules. But again, we have some additional work to do on the staff side before we bring it to you. But we are working hard to try to have it in front of you this month.
The training that you're going to have on Thursday, is it Thursday that you're doing? Is that open to just staff, or is that going to be something that people can, anybody?
We sent the invite out to staff. We've also sent the invite out to our teacher unions, and that's all. Okay. There's no way for me to invite.
No, is there a way that there could be a link into that for anyone in the listening public who might want to be educated on what the statutory revisions are? That's just something you may not be able to do now, but just think about it as we move forward in legislative session.
And I would like to consult with superintendent before moving forward with anything. Like for this particular meeting, I would like to have it more controlled because of the types of questions or, feedback that may be given during this meeting. And if we open it to the public, I don't know how we would control like inappropriate conversations or anything like that. So we would need to do some additional work around that.
Yeah, please have that conversation, and then let's think about it, how we could possibly do that at another time.
Okay. And my last comment is just FYI, our 2025 legislative report was featured on Channel 5 News. It was either Channel 5 or Channel 3 News. So kudos to staff for assisting us with that, and to my team for developing that particular report.
Kudos. I do have one thing that I would like to say about the student school board member legislation. That, and I'm saying this because I've had a lot of folks, particularly students, who are interested in being a part of that process of developing that policy. So I just wanted to let you know and let people know in the listening public that there is a process that you use to engage relevant stakeholders to develop the policy, and that will definitely be inclusive of youth.
Yes, and we did not add the charter school policies or the charter school laws to this particular document, but we are in the process of revising our charter school policy, and there are several laws that impact it. And you just triggered that thought, because we do have a policy advisory committee meeting scheduled for next Monday.
You just stole my little thunder.
Oh,
one less thing though for the committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions around policy? If no other questions, this committee meeting is adjourned.
Thank you. We will roll right into the Charter Schools Committee meeting. We just have 2 items on the agenda. I'm going to keep the presentation fairly tight in case there are Q&A, but we also have Auto Budget Finance, the Academic Committee, and the heavy hitters coming down the pike. So Ms. Arlandra Parker, if you would please take it away.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. Definitely try to keep it brief. So this evening I'll be bringing before you the recommendations for the amended round of charter authorization. And so we can go to the next slide, please. So our recommendation is to adopt the denial of the following charter applications: Dreamcatchers Charter School, Hillcrest High School, Kirby Middle School, and Still I Rise Academy. It is also recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education adopt the approval of the following charter application for KIPP Cordova Collegiate Elementary. Now, KIPP Cordova Collegiate Elementary in the initial round was actually named KIPP Creative and Performing Arts. The applicants reached out in the initial round seeking to adjust the name of their school to align with the other network schools, and so they took the opportunity to amend this information in the amended round. Now, we're before you today because for amended applications, we have 60 days to review the application and for a decision to be brought before the board. And so the July 29th date is the actual 60th day, and we have to make a decision for approval or denial of these applications based on that 60-day timeline. In looking at the description and background, we did have the same 5 applications in the initial round. They were denied. They were afforded an opportunity to amend the applications. They all submitted amended applications. The Office of Charter Schools provided guidance for those applicants for the amended round, and there was a second round of review as required by state law, state board rule, as well as board policy. And we had about 100+ individuals on the charter application review team that reviewed these applications. Next slide, please. So as we continue, we know that the TDOE produces an application and scoring criteria that all LEAs across the state of Tennessee are required to use. And so that is our base layer for recommendations. After the TDOE rubric, then we layer in Shelby County Board policy. Board members, you have a blue folder this time. Last time it was yellow, this time it's blue. And so you have a folder with all of your supporting documents. I know that it's very extensive, it is very robust, and so please know that the Office of Charter Schools is always available for any one-on-ones, for any questions that you may have related to the information that is in your folder. In looking at the gap analysis, we know that charter applications are for a 10-year academic period. And as an LEA, we do not have that opportunity to approve based on contingencies or to have any term less than 10 years at the LEA level. And so these are binding documents on the school and the sponsor. And therefore, we use this for continued monitoring, oversight around a school's performance in academics, finance, and operations. So, if not adopted, approving applications that don't include the information that is needed can lead to accountability and compliance concerns for the district. Now, when we talk about approving applications, in this amended round, applicants do have an opportunity, if denied at this last local round, to appeal to the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. And we'll talk a little bit more about that as we continue on. Now, the last information on this slide I would like for us to call attention to, because this is new information. Okay, and so with this new information, with the passage of Public Chapter 275, which came into effect July 1, there are now direct pathway options for applicants to go past the LEA and actually apply to the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. And so those terms are, if an LEA's denial decision has been overturned by the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission for 3 times, within a 3 consecutive year, then sponsors can apply directly to the commission for a 5-year period, and they don't have to apply to the local LEA. Okay? And so I wanted to make sure that we shared this information, because this is new legislation, this is new information that has come about, and so we wanted to make sure that everyone is well versed on the information. Next slide, please. And so when we look at our previous outcomes, we see the 3 bullet points. Now, those are the number of applicants we had in the last 3 years and how many submitted an amended application. But when we look at the chart, that is information related to the new law that I just stated that came into effect July 1, and that is around appeals. So last school year, last cycle, we had 1 school to appeal to the commission, and then that appeal was overturned by the commission. So they did not agree with the LEA's decision. They voted to open that school, and that school is going to open under the commission. The year before that, we had 4 schools to appeal. 2 of them were overturned, and then the other 2 were affirmed. That means that they, of course, agreed with the LEA's decision. And then the year before that, we also had 2 that appealed to the commission, and then both of those were affirmed. And so actually one of those schools ended up coming back to the district. Next slide, please. All right, so this is the fiscal impact slide for each school. And so on this slide, it is for their year 5 enrollment if approved. Now for charter schools, we know that most all charter schools grow their enrollment year by adding a grade to reach their capacity. But in the neighborhood analysis that's in your folder and in the summary documents, you can see where the school starts with their enrollment, where they seek the first year in those documents, but then you see where they plan to be in year 5 and how many students they plan to seek with that enrollment capacity if approved. And so we look at year 5 as our benchmark of the potential fiscal impact to the district, as that's that 5-year midway point of a school's charter term. Now this number is definitely going to increase in later years should the school reach its approved capacity. So when we look at Dreamcatcher's Charter School, in year 5, they are seeking 410 students in year 5. Now at capacity, what they are asking for is 1,000 students. But that $5 million is going to come in year 5 with a loss of around 410 students. And so our benchmark points are years 1, 5, and 10 when looking at our schools, and we're looking at the fiscal impact to the district. Hillcrest High School, it will be around $7.1 million. Kip Cordova Collegiate Elementary, about $6.5. Kirby Middle, around 6.2, and Still I Rise Academy, around 6.1 million. But remember, that is at our midway point within that 10-year term, which is at year 5. So again, when they reach their full capacity, there will be additional funds that could be a potential loss to the district. Next slide. So again, this just shows we had the first round that concluded in April. We have the second round. We're bringing recommendations before you now. And then we have the final opportunity for an applicant to appeal to the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. Now, at the bottom, I wanted to make sure that you saw that if the commission overturns the LEA's decision, there is a 30-day mutual agreement window where the sponsor as well as the LEA can decide that, hey, we want to be authorized under the local LEA. If neither party agrees to that agreement within the 30 days, that school automatically is authorized by the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission because the commission is the one who overturned the LEA's decision, okay? All right, next slide, please. Thank you. So this slide just provides some information to let you know the supports that we provided to our applicants during the amended round. We had 2 meetings with them. The first meeting was a whole group meeting in which we talked about the logistics and what the process looks like. And then we had a school-specific meeting for each of the applicants. And so what we did was we allowed them to ask questions related to the feedback that was provided to them in the initial round. So they were given 2 opportunities to meet with us. And of course, we were always responsive to their emails and to their telephone calls. Next slide, please. All right, so as we look at State Board Rule provides guidance as to the approval of a charter school. Now, when we look at this, we know that in order for a school to be recommended for approval, they must meet or exceed the standard in all applicable categories based on the applicant type. Okay, so in order for them to be recommended for approval, they must meet or exceed the standards in all of those categories. And so we have 4: academics, operations, finance, and for those schools who are current operators of other schools or who have operated other schools, we have portfolio review and performance record or past performance. Okay, next slide, please. Now, along with the TDOE scoring rubric, then we factor in Board Policy 1011. And so when we look at Board Policy 1011, here are the various factors that play into decision-making as well. But again, in order for an applicant to meet the standard and be recommended, they have to meet the TDOE rubric first, then Board Policy 1011. And so with that, there are 5 items that are outlined here. And what I will say is that over the years, with my 4 years in the Office of Charter Schools, there have been various iterations to the particular charter application and the rubric. And so many components of what we already have here listed in Board Policy 1011 have been embedded into the TDOE's rubric. And so some of these items overlap. Next slide, please. And this is just images to let you know we have our fiscal impact reports, we have our neighborhood analysis, and those things are directly connected to Board Policy 1011, as well as we have our EPDR that the district produces each year that talks about regional seats, quality seats, and capacity seats. Next slide. All right, so now we are going to get into our recommendations for our 5 schools. But before we do that, I want to talk about charter applications and contracts, because this application and our charter agreement go hand in hand. That's why it's important that we have all of the information that is needed for our charter applications when we approve charter schools, because these are binding documents. And again, this is for the oversight. And we want to make sure that the schools are actually doing what they said that they were going to do for the students and the families in the communities in which they serve. Next slide, please. All right, so here are our recommendations. The next few slides are just some summary, overarching information. You have the application summary and the rationale, all of that in your rubric. All right, so here's a list of all of our schools, the applicants, the sponsors, whether they're New Start or ASD transition schools. We have the grade levels in which they're seeking to open. We have their model, the neighborhood in which they are seeking to open, and we have whether or not they met the TDOE rubric and whether they met board policy. Again, you have to meet that TDOE rubric before we shift to board policy 1011. Next slide, please, excuse me.
Okay, so I think, you've given the overview. Did you want to go through the, just what the district is recommending? So let's do that, and then, okay.
All right, for Dreamcatchers Charter School, the district is recommending, the Office of Charter Schools' recommendation is to deny Dreamcatchers Charter School as it did not meet the TDOE rubric nor board policy based on their academic model, governance structure, parent or community support and demand, recruitment and enrollment, facilities, fiscal operations and sustainability, and overall missing or incomplete documentation based on the initial round and the responses to the feedback in the initial round. For Hillcrest High School, the recommendation is to deny Hillcrest High as they did not meet the TDOE rubric or board policy based on their academic model, based on the community support and demand for them to operate Hillcrest High School. We do know that schools and communities want schools in their communities, but there was not demand for Iota Community Schools to be the one to continue to operate Hillcrest. There was missing and incomplete documentation in their application is that they failed to even respond to some of the information listed in the initial round. Past performance is an issue as well for Hillcrest High School, as Hillcrest High has been a priority and or federal CSI school for the duration of its charter term with the ASD. As we move to KIPP Cordova Elementary School, the recommendation is to approve KIPP Cordova Collegiate Elementary as they met the TDOE rubric and board policy related to the areas of operations, academics, finance, and past performance. The only concern that we have related to KIPP Cordova is just to ensure that there is that parent and community support and demand, and that they are able to push forward the creative and performing arts model in which they are proposing. Kirby Middle School, our recommendation is to deny Kirby Middle based on the TDOE and not meeting board policy as well. Similarly to Hillcrest High School, their academic model, their past performance with being a priority or CSI school for the majority of their term. They too failed to update some of the information in the application that was requested in the initial round. And then finally, we have Still I Rise Academy. And our recommendation is to deny Still I Rise Academy as they did not meet the TDOE rubric nor board policy. Just issues and concerns related to their academic model and programming. I would like to say that this is an opportunity charter school, and they're proposing an opportunity charter. And I do have a slide that I think would be beneficial to explain what an opportunity charter school is. Okay. All right, but I'll go to that slide in just a moment. So as we continue with Still I Rise, just basically the parent and community support and demand, their recruitment, facilities, and just the overall sustainability of the school based on the information that was provided in the application. Okay? Next slide, please.
Okay, so if we could, is this the one explaining the opportunity slide?
No, ma'am, it's
okay.
not. Keep going, please, Yolanda.
Okay, so.
Keep going. Keep going. Next, next, next. There. Thank you. All right. So last year, 491304 came about Because now we are able to open opportunity public charter schools. And it's a specific type of public charter school in which you serve at-risk students. And so the grade bands for an opportunity public are 6 through 12. And at least 75% of your students have to be enrolled in this particular criteria. And so as you can see, the list of criteria at the bottom, whether they are high school dropouts, adjudicated youth, pregnant teens or parents, just various categories related to at-risk students. And so the last applicant, Still I Rise, is applying as an opportunity public charter school. Now, opportunity publics can be residential, but they can also be traditional school settings. This applicant is applying as a traditional school setting, not a residential school.
Thank you, Ms. Parker. I don't know if you want to go back to your last slide, but I want to make sure we address that. But there's some questions already waiting in the wings, and I want to be sure and honor my colleagues here. There's a lot of information. Thank you so much for going through that, and that's why you have your big blue folder this time, so that everyone can go through it in detail and reach out to you if they have any questions. And
yes.
Of course, we'll be following up with our work session, and then, as you mentioned, the vote must take place at our board business meeting on the 29th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so with that being said, let's now get to the questions. And we had a question from Board Member Love.
What is the probability that if we go with your recommendations, the state will uphold our vote?
Ms. Love, Vice Chair Love, I wish I could definitively say. That's why I wanted, if you can go back to maybe the slide that had the chart right after the recommendations. I wanted to provide that context so that you can see it's really not a rhyme or a reason as to when or how the recommendations come or are sustained. Yes.
But they've upheld 4 out of 7. So, I mean, just statistically, 57% of our decisions are upheld. So they agree with us more than they don't. So I think that's in a optional choice state where they want to see expansion. I think generally that is their orientation. The fact that they are agreeing with an LEA nearly 60% of the time is, I think, a reflection of all the work that we do to get strong recommendations. So, I mean, I don't think we have a formula, but just looking at the data, I was looking at the same thing.
Thank you, Amber.
I have a question.
Yeah, Board Member McKinney.
Piggybacking on that, the stakes are a little different now, given that new law. So it says if they overturn 3 of our decisions, I think you had it somewhere.
It's the slide before. Yes, ma'am.
That's actually was going to be a question of mine too, just to clarify that. So say a charter school comes to us one year, say 2025, they're denied. Are they denied 3 times by us and then they go straight to the state?
So it's not the denials at the LEA level, it's the overturning at the commission level that starts the count for the 1, 2, 3. So at the LEA level, we can make the decision to deny. If it goes to the commission, if it's affirmed and upheld, then it doesn't count against us. But if the commission decides to overturn us, for example, last school year, I'll do our most recent, we had that one denial, and then it was Wooddale Middle. And although the commission agreed with our review team's recommendations, the executive director can still make a decision to overturn our decision, and that's basically what happened.
So let me finish the question I had. So with that said, how many are you recommending to deny? 4 or 5?
So we're recommending to deny 4 of the 5.
Okay, so worst case scenario, those 4 go up. and it gets overturned. We have met that 3 denials.
We have.
Okay, that's what I wanted to be clear that we understand.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the next question I had, I get that you may not be able to, with any clear definitively, to tell us what the likelihood is that they'll overturn, but my question I would ask you all to do is, if you go back to the chart where you show that, they have to tell us, do they tell us why they're overturning? And if so, I noticed that we have a 2-pronged approach. So how many of those overturned where they actually did not meet the Tennessee DOE requirements, and then they overturned? Did they meet them and we didn't see it the same way? I mean, did they think that they met them and we said they didn't meet them? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, are we assessing this the same way they are? Because if that's the first prong before we get to ours, we need to understand how they're assessing.
So I will say that the ones that were overturned, 2 of the 3 were ASD schools. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Dr. Richmond, you're the...
Yeah, I want to just kind of share 2. Charter schools has been a department that was under me this year. And what I've shared with staff is to operate with integrity and to not base their decisions on hypotheticals. Apply the rubric. And if the rubric says to deny, I have instructed staff to deny. If the board chooses to do something else, then we respect the board. But I have instructed my staff to apply the rubric and to operate with integrity.
And Dr. Richmond, if I may, let me be clear that that wasn't the question. The question was understanding how they're, yes.
But it's for if we start operating off of hypotheticals, if we start not denying schools that we know should be denied, we're not operating with integrity. And I'm saying that too because earlier in the year, we denied a charter. And I want to go on record as saying I instructed staff to apply the rubric and to do, based on the rubric, what was the decision that should be made, and they made that decision.
And we respect that and definitely want that to continue. I also want us to understand what's going on. I'm the last person to say switch it because of something political, but because if this is about students, and if we don't think that charter school is going to meet the necessary things that we need for them to do for our student outcomes, then absolutely deny it. But I want us to understand that we're moving into something different, and we need to understand what we're moving into. And I want us to be stellar, like you are, on the reasons why we are denying them. Absolutely be stellar about it and be honest and be truthful and transparent about it. Okay.
Thank you. Board Member Otey.
I just want to say thank you so much, Dr. Alondra, for all the work that you're doing. I'm hearing great feedback of how your office and under the leadership of Dr. Whitelaw are doing a great job of working with our charters, and I appreciate you for that. I know you and I had a one-on-one, and you went through everything for the school that's going to be in my area, and they sent in amended documents, and you helped them with recommendations. And I think that if the other schools are doing the same thing, and you're helping them, guiding them with what needs to be done for them to be in compliance, that they could potentially do that as well if they're doing it within that timeline. But I just want to thank you for all the hard work that you're doing, and just notice that, you know, there's great words going around about what you're doing and the partnership that we have with our charter schools.
Thank you. We have an amazing team. I'm not sure if they're still here. They are, so I don't want to shout them out. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you so much for all that hard work, and it's evident as by the big blue folder, and and so, but it's very thorough. If you want to look at the applications and see where those gaps were that were not corrected, it's all right there in black and white, and sometimes even in color. So if there are no more questions on this point, I want to make sure that everyone gets that opportunity. We can move on to the next one, which actually Ms. Stewart already addressed 2.2, the Charter Compact, but if you want to just repeat that information since it's there.
Yes, as Ms. Maria Stewart shared, on Monday we will convene our Policy Advisory Committee, which is connected to our Charter Partnership Council. Now that we've had those meetings, we've received feedback from our charter operators. We have some draft policies, and so we're going to work through the committee with them to revise those, of course, definitely, and work through the process before they are presented to you all as the board.
Thank you so much. Chair, did you have? Oh, yes, yes. All right, if there, Board Member Love.
I didn't see on the agenda the charter operators who have their contracts renewed for rent. Never mind.
She's one step ahead always, Board Member Love. All right, if there are no further questions, the Charter Committee meeting is adjourned.
Thanks, Chair. I did speak with Chief Langston. I'm going to a community meeting in North Shelby in Millington, so it's a 35-minute drive from here. I've given him a list of questions that I have regarding some of the agenda items so that they can get into that I think the public may also have. And then I've also asked, there was a recent news article about potential of Title I dollars being lost. I asked him if he could provide just an opening update on where we're at with that. But he will walk us through the agenda item. So I'm sorry, I do have a 35-minute drive, but you're in good hands with Co-Chair Porter and Chief Langston.
All right, this is start out budget, finance committee meeting. Turn it over to Chief Langston.
Thank you, Mr. Porter. So 2.01 board members, not this past Friday, but Friday, right before the year ended, we got great news from the federal government. Dr. Richmond actually called me. I don't know who was more excited. Him or I don't know if he's ever heard me that excited, or I've heard him that excited. He asked me, is this what I think it is? And certainly it was. So again, we got a letter from the federal government. The team, I still want to give the team credit for working hard, putting together a reapplication to try to get the funding back. But this was we can't really take credit for it. We'll take what happened essentially was there was 2 other states who sued the federal government for these ESSER funds. They won the lawsuits. So for contingents of them winning, what the federal government basically said in their letter is that now all the rest of the states who had ESSER funding, to be fair and equitable, they will give all of the funding back. So as of today, when we got that letter back, the team was instructed, we pulled down 18 of the $55.6 million. We got about 37 more to go. Most of it is tied up in construction. So as of March of 2026 is when the funding ends. But working with myself and Ms. Stewart, we fully expect to kind of finish off these ESSER funding so nobody decides to change their mind. So great news story on ESSER. Now hold your applause, because shortly after we learned about ESSER, we got another email that said that Title II, Title III, Title IV funding is currently paused. Title II funding is what we use for professional development. So that's where we have our instructional academic coordinators, formerly instructional coaches in Title II. It's roughly about $6.5 million. Title III is where all of our funding for our English as a second language federal funds come from. That's the majority of where we have bilingual culture mentors and our staff that is translating for our students who have English as a second language. That's about $2.5 million. And then Title IV, if you remember, board members, last school year, we did a lot of instruments and things of that nature for student support and things of that nature. Title IV is used for student supports. Their funding is on pause as well. So when you see that $17 million that hit the article, that's related to those things. Title I Part A, which we get about $95 million, fingers crossed, isn't affected at this moment. Neither is our USD funding for federal food nutrition is not affected. But currently, again, we haven't been told that we won't necessarily get the funding, but it is on pause. So what we're doing now, it affects about some close to 100 positions. Again, most of them is bilingual culture mentors, and then we have our academic coordinators that we are looking to kind of do some additional moving of funding. So as I know more, I'll update the superintendent and the board. So I'm hopeful that it will be an outcome like this that we were in ESSA. So that's the latest I know about Title II, Title III, and Title IV. Going down to 2.20, if it pleases the board, Head Start. So Head Start is one that we've been grappling with for months now. I wish I had an answer around Head Start, and I hate to say it, I expect that we might not have an answer until school starts. So what Dr. Richmond has instructed myself, and I've been working closely with Director Gordon, is coming up with contingency plans around what it looks like, be it if we get all of the funding back, some portion of the funding back. So we're currently running scenarios based on what that looks like. We wanted to have it today, but it's involved some deep numbers driving. So I'm hopeful by a work session that we can come and present to the board a few scenarios of what it would look like. And maybe by then we'll know exactly what we'll look like. So we're working on some contingency plans around Head Start.
I have a question for the superintendent. Head Start starts in September.
We start with the school year. So right now we're working, just like what Chief Langston stated, that we currently are funded for 3,360 students. That includes First Aid, Fund 1, and VPK. We're planning to move forward with those students. We're still waiting. Chair Coleman, myself, and Dr. Crane, we had to sign a confidentiality agreement saying that we will not disclose any information in our meetings until they send the approval letter. So that is one of the reasons why we have not come before you. But yeah, we will be starting as soon as we get that award letter.
Second question, the parents know this information?
We cannot say anything to parents because we have been instructed to.
Are you keeping a log on the parents?
So we have placed children in classes. Yeah. We're still doing our interviews. We're still placing children in our classrooms. Currently, right now, we have filled 2,759 slots out of our currently funded 3,360.
Let's pray.
So, but I will answer. We're looking at various scenarios, but really we're approaching the situation like hopefully we'll receive the funds, but if not, we're approaching it in a way that we would ask the board to support what we've been doing and to support hopefully the difference being that we've received the 55 million that we thought we were gonna lose, but we still have to also look at various scenarios, look at where we can cost save in some areas where we may still have some unfilled positions. That's the balancing act that my team and I will continue to do in order to assure that we're being fiscally responsible, but we're also addressing the needs of our families and community.
And we should have that proposal to Chief Langston by Thursday so he can put the dollars and cents with the proposal.
One more question. This is directed to Bill Wright. He doesn't have to give me the answer now, but I've been talking to a lot of elementary school principals, and the attendance rate is horrific in the elementary schools, kindergartners in Pacific. What is the pre-K department doing while they are in pre-K to get the parents to understand that it is a state law that they send their kids to school every day?
So we have attendance incentives just like the elementary schools. We shout out those parents. We award those kids who have perfect attendance. We have monthly parent meetings with the family engagement specialists are actually working with those individual parents, providing them with whatever resources to mitigate if there is an issue with transportation. So we do the same things that the K-12 students are doing. The only thing is that we're not having the mandatory start meetings like you would normally have with, because pre-K is not mandatory.
I would like to talk to you offline.
Yes, ma'am.
Because what you said, I appreciate what you're doing, but it isn't working as effectively as the school district would like for it to be. Elementary kids don't drive themselves to school. They don't get ready. It is the parents' responsibility to take them to school each and every day on time.
Ms. Gordon, I had the opportunity to sit with you at the table a couple weeks ago at the SPL meeting, and I want to say thank you for all the work that you and your team are doing. And when the time comes, because we talked about early literacy, we did a SWOT analysis. I learned a lot from your team, and there were a few other organizations that were there that was also contributing to early literacy within our district, so I'm very appreciative of that. I learned a lot that day. And when the time comes, definitely I want to just, of course, Dr. Richmond, look at some of that marketing so that people know that we can send our 3-year-olds to pre-K, because mine will be there. So I just want to thank you for all the hard work that you're doing, and it was a great opportunity to sit in, and I'll be sitting in at the next meeting as well as it pertains to early literacy and things that we can do for our students. So
absolutely, thank you.
Dr. Gordon, has there been a conversation had with the county commissioners about our students that may not be able to get in? You know, I know we're limited on what we can say, but has there been a conversation with the county commission?
So we briefly talked about it a little bit in the SPL group, because most of the organizations that sit within the SPL is also a part of the First Aid Consortium, the Seeding Success Partnership, the Urban Child Institute Partnership. So everyone is very much aware of where we are. We are ready to pivot to what other organization, if it's not the district, how do we support? Just like we did the flip and change when we severed our collaboration with Port of Lee. We are ready to do whatever that is to make sure that we get the word out to those particular parents if there is a seat shortage on the district side.
Chair Coleman, can I piggyback off that a little bit? When I was sleeping in at the county commission the other night when they was trying to approve the budget, one of the things that was in contention was universal pre-K. And what was in contention about it was they were talking about raising the tax rate to to add money for universal pre-K. So they didn't quite get there because they didn't raise the tax rate. What was on the table was an additional about $7.5, possibly $8 million. I don't know if we'll be watching closely to see if they do a budget amendment later down the line, but by virtue of them not raising the tax rate, it hasn't, they need to do a budget amendment. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question going back to Commissioner Love's question about parents. I do recall last year sometime and you all doing some surveying about barriers. And while I understand that it is, if you have a kindergartner, a 5-year-old, they're not getting themselves to school, but we have to ask the question too, why? And so I think we've done some preliminary work with that, and a lot of the things that are the whys are not things that are within our control.
Correct.
And so I think this is an opportunity for this board and our superintendent to be sort of the nexus of that information and bringing the relevant systems around the table to let them to share our data with them and say, here are the issues, both qualitative and quantitative data. Here are the stories why so-and-so can't get to kindergarten. I don't have transportation. I'm on third shift, I'm the only parent, so I can't get my child there, although I want my child there. I don't know many parents that don't want their kindergartner in school. So I think this is an opportunity for us to bring those other systems around the table and that we're the convener, and let's have those conversations because one, we don't have the resources and we don't have the expertise, and it's frankly not our role and responsibility when those other things are. So I just want to be supportive in that way. How can we be supportive?
But may I add, a lot of times what happens with our pre-K parents, if I transfer my, we'll say K-12 child, there's an opportunity in the K-12 school to receive that child. But if I get to, and we'll say Hawkins Mill, and they're full, my pre-K child cannot get in the program because there's no space available. So a lot of times what happens is those pre-K children are sitting idle, waiting for a space available because my parent has moved. A lot of times it's not that I don't want to bring my child, there may not be an opportunity, and then they want to hold in the slot where they are, and because they do not have reliable transportation, they can't get them there. So if I've transferred and moved to Hawkins Mill, but yet and still I still live in Raleigh, it's hard for me to get there, and a lot of times that's our issue, which is why we put piloting transportation year 2 in our Head Start grant, because we do know that transportation is the majority of the reasons why a lot of our pre-K children don't get to school.
And also anecdotally, kindergarten, first grade, and 9th grade, and Ms. Davis can help me if I'm wrong, are normally the grades where we see spikes in student attendance. And normally kindergarten and first grade is because parents are still being nurturing to their child. If they say their head is hurting or their tummy is hurting, they'll allow kids to stay at home and they'll stay home with them. And then when students get in 9th grade, again, it's because of that transition year. So if we just track the data from year to year, normally we see spikes in kindergarten, first grade, along with 9th grade.
Any other questions? Proceed.
The last item is FY27 budget planning. So board members in August, I think what we alluded to is we will bring a budget plan in August sooner than by policy says October. What I wanted to do was briefly open up the floor to see if there's anything that board members specifically wanted to see in the budget planning as we bring it in August. I know Board Member McKinney and I have had conversations around maybe bringing our department heads to the board so they can explain their budgets instead of me being on the hot seat all the time explaining their budget. So that's one of the things we'll have. We'll incorporate that into the budget planning, but I wanted to open it up to see if board members wanted to see any other things while we think about planning for FY27.
I think when Board Member McKinney proposed it, I think she was getting back to what we used to do during our business systems review, where each department head would present their budget.
I would like to see those items that we are expecting a return on the investment, like if it's a 5% return, or if we're looking to move 50 children, what that return on that investment. You're asking us to invest in something. What outcome are we looking for from that investment?
And I would like to see the same thing, but the communities are so different. I want a SWOT analysis on the regions the superintendent talked about last month, and I want to see the budget reflected of the SWOT analysis region-wide. So we are getting the most bang for our buck and supporting the kids in that region.
I'd also like to incorporate, how do we incorporate the community sooner, particularly understanding our budget and our budget process. So I really appreciated this past year, the budget 101s, and I realized that was very high level, and I enjoyed that you gave buckets, but how do we get people to really understand what those buckets are and the things that we have to think about, the trade-offs that we have to make considering the limited resources, and then understanding our revenue generation. We got a lot of people that come, well, that's $500 per child, so then you can put that towards that. We just need to understand and make sure the community understands as we spend money.
No further questions. This meeting is adjourned.
I apologize. Academic, Board Member Otay.
Dr. Whitelaw, take us away.
So we have quite a few items, and I'm going to ask the leads. I'll read through real quick, and if you have any questions, they can go ahead and answer because we have wonderful executive directors. But due to the sake of time, I'll go ahead and read those items, and then you have any questions, we'll pause and then let each executive director or director answer those questions. The first one is the power of words, the speech screening. This comes from Executive Director Gordon. It is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the contract to Power Words Therapy in an amount not to exceed $129,000 for the speech screening services for enrolled pre-K students. Again, this is to provide speech language screenings to our pre-K children within 45 days of enrollment as is required. Again, if you look at the description in the background, early identification of communication difficulties in children is particularly important for providing appropriate intervention that could prevent later academic failure. And Head Start requires a program to complete or obtain a current developmental screening to identify those concerns for those child's developmental, behavior, motor, language, and social, cognitive, and emotional skills within 45 days. If you go to the next slide, it gives you the previous outcomes and what has been noted around our return on investment. And it just said during the 24-25 school year, 188 children had the autism diagnosis, which often includes speech and language impairment as well. And then 311 children were referred to determine eligibility for IDA, and that's how important this particular contract is. Again, the expected outcomes to identify children who are at risk. If eligible, the children will receive the ongoing services. And again, the financial impact is $129,000. Any questions for Executive Director Gordon?
Next item.
Next item comes from Executive Director Gordon in the pre-K department. Again, it's recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the contract of RCM healthcare services in the amount not to exceed $258,475 for nursing screening services for up to 5,600 pre-K students for the 25-26 school year. It's the first option renewal. The nursing services are mandated by the federal government to provide it to students. Again, this is to provide required health screenings and medical procedures in our children, to our children in the Memphis-Shelby County Schools Early Childhood Program. Again, the description and background talks about requiring the health screenings for children within 45 days of their enrollment, and that the school nurses usually are not at individual centers, so contracted nurses are vital for the additional testing and treatment for children. Again, if you go on to the next, in the 24-25 school year, 4 nurses provided these services to our children enrolled in the Head Start centers and community partners. The number of children diagnosed with chronic health conditions in 24-25 was 534, which we're seeing an increase. And so again, our expected outcome is to ensure that all children are up to date on their age-appropriate preventive and primary health care. Any questions? Director Gordon.
Yes, ma'am, they do. They do the hearing, vision, height, and weight. And then if there's any students, we'll say in the centers who may have diabetes, so they help with the insulin, but they're also there in the centers just like they are in the elementary schools.
Also, to add additional context, we're having to pay for these pre-K students, but we partner with Well Child for our odd grades and our health promotions program under Carmisha Johnson provides it for our even grades and our 9th graders as part of our EPSDT screenings.
Thank you for that. Next item.
Next item, Curriculum Associates, is the iReady and Teacher Toolbox. Again, Dr. Maples will be able to dig deeper if we have any questions. It is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approve the 1-year contract and the purchase to Curriculum Associates in the amount of $2,847,860 to purchase the iReady assessment and the intervention tools. The iReady Teacher Toolbox, an online platform, will provide grades K through 12 with both the universal screening assessments and curricular resources to support intervention instruction aligned with the Tennessee Department of Education. Again, the purpose is for our RTI Squared A is a problem-solving approach that integrates this assessment, high-quality instruction, and intervention, along with accountability to address the needs of those students who have been identified as at risk in reading or math. Again, it gives the description and background, and it goes back. This aligns to our Literacy Success Act. So just wanted to make sure that everything that we do aligns with that act, and it's a requirement to utilize a state-approved vendor for the K through 3rd universal reading screener assessments. And again, this online platform provides the opportunity to support students. Again, on the back, you will see exactly some outcomes that we've been able to make sure that we're able to report. In 24-25 school year, the total number of students accessing the iReady was 65,000, a little bit over 65,000 in ELA, and over 65,000 students in math. The number of minutes, you'll see that we had over 19,830,137 minutes in ELA, and even in math, it was much higher. Again, the total number of teacher or district assigned student lessons throughout, we had 137,133 lessons for ELA and 192,352 lessons in math. And I think that you can see that through our results, it's paying off. We're moving the needle. 23-24, you see some of those same results. In 23-24, you do see a higher number of usage by students in ELA compared to math. You see the number of logins for the number of teachers. The logins were not available for 24-25. And again, you see the lessons that the teacher and or district assigned student lessons that were assigned to our students. Any questions? And then you see the expected outcome on the next slide, where we're trying to make sure that We improve as we administer the universal screener. Teachers will utilize the instructional groupings report to provide intervention, remediation, and enrichment to help us to make sure that we're providing additional practice opportunities. So I'll pause here. Any questions? And Dr. Maples can dig deeper for us.
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
How does this correlate with the 10 ready?
Dr. Maples?
There it goes. Okay, now it's working. Good afternoon, Board Member Love. So when we think about the 10 ready, it's two different type of assessments, where that 10 ready assessment is assessing their grade level standards. We're looking at, this is an adaptive assessment. I think it's going dead. Yes. It is going dead, slowly but surely. And where this adaptive assessment is actually looking at the skill deficits. So what are those underlying below grade level standards that they're struggling with? So we do have a linking study in place that shows what the impact of and what the connection of iReady assessments and the iReady usage and how that correlates and how that impacts TCAP 10 Ready.
Do you see I forgot what I was going to say. Do you see kids that are truant take the test more, or they're scored more lesser than the kids that are in school?
I would say that we haven't done that analysis, but that's definitely something we can look into. Because you're speaking just to the body of students that are truant?
Yeah.
Okay.
And below basic?
Okay.
I have a question.
I'd like to also add, though, TCAP and iReady are two different types of assessments. TCAP is more of what you would call a summative assessment. It's at the end, it's a summation of all of the standards that students should have been taught throughout the year. When we're talking about iReady, it's a universal screener assessment that we provide at the beginning of the year, and then based on where students are, we provide tiered intervention, whether it's tier 2 or tier 3 intervention. And then we have what's called our formative assessment, which we will be assessing students formatively and looking at how they're doing on the various standards in hope that in real time we can be adjusting and teachers can be instructing and helping students to get better on those standards that will be assessed at the end of the year on the TCAP. So it's 3 different types of assessments that at different intervals throughout the year are assessing students in hopes of helping them to do well at the end of the year. If you recall, last year we didn't have a formative assessment which would have allowed us to be better informed about where our students were throughout the year so that in real time we could make adjustments around instruction.
So when they say the teacher says that a student surpassed a grade level or 2, that is because of this?
It could be this. It could be this, or it could be what other assessments have we used for us to?
I think
Board Member Love, it is most likely that they're referring to the iReady because it does give the grade level that they're performing at, and then we also include it on the report cards as well.
I understand now.
Yeah. I would like to add, Dr. Richmond and board members, that the linking study that Dr. Maples referred to, Curriculum Associates has done this for many, many years, and they have enough data in the state of Tennessee to compare it to TCAP results, and the two are highly connected. And what we've found, now this may change under the most recent linking study that they're doing, that if a student is at the 65th percentile on iReady, particularly with ELA, they are much more likely to be considered proficient when they take the TCAP. So we do have some data that we can use to try to help do some of those predictions.
Question about the total number of teacher toolbox access logins for 24-25. Can you tell me why we don't have any information available, and then what does that really tell us?
Thank you. Dr. Maples?
So yes, at the time, the company did not have those numbers available because it's been difficult to track at certain times. But really that shows us we had a very limited MTSS RTI2 academic team. And so this was one way of monitoring. Not only are our students accessing it, but we know that the teacher toolbox is what our teachers should be accessing to pull down that curriculum for intervention. So it starts to give us a picture of, hey, are our teachers actually leveraging it as well? You know, when we cannot get out into the classroom and see or get out into their planning, it's another way to support that, that implementation.
Thank you. The next one, Vantage Learning. And network leader, Kiner, will be able to help us to dig deeper. It is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves $466,695. It's an amended contract with Vantage Learning, a web-based writing tool that's going to be used in all 6th through 10th grade English classes that builds writing skills through prompts, instant scoring, and feedback. Again, this was originally approved for our SOUP schools at $138,395, the platform, but we definitely want to expand the access to all of our 6th through 10th grade classrooms, which brings the total to $466,695. So that's an additional $328,300. Again, the gap analysis, what we want to pull out here, without this platform, students risk slower writing growth due to inconsistent feedback, and that's what we want to do in limited practice. And so this real-time scoring is real critical for our students. If you look on the back, you've seen this data from the previous, if you go to the next slide, from the previous work session and committee meeting that I think Dr. Stanford brought to us. And it just talks about, it gives you the focus, the content development, and you can see how we were able to improve year over year. So again, the expected outcomes, students will demonstrate accelerated growth in writing through frequent standards-aligned practice, and we'll be using real-time data to deliver targeted instruction and feedback. Questions? Okay. The next item, the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. Again, it is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves a $100,000 renewal grant contract for the 25-26 school year with the Tennessee Department of Mental Health and Substance Abuse Services. Again, this is a statewide program providing primary prevention service to students in grades 6 through 12 who do not require substance use disorder treatment. Services fall into 3 categories, and it talks about selective, indicated, as well as universal, serving the general student population. All services must align with the Tennessee Office of Prevention Services, a definition of evidence-based prevention programs. So if this is not approved, the district will again lose funding for our substance abuse prevention services for our at-risk students. And so again, some of the previous outcomes on the next slide. Our school social workers are trained in the state's approved evidence-based curriculum, which is positive action. And so it provides early prevention services to students who are at risk for violence and substance use abuse. And so each year there are between 175 to 250 students that are involved and that are enrolled in the program. And we do have that we can provide to the board. We have a list of schools that we worked with in 22, 23, and 24. And so we can provide that information to the team. We also, to the board. We also have the number of students enrolled, the intervention sessions, and the number of schools served. In 22, 23, we served 23 schools. 23, 24, we served 26. 24, 25, we served 22. And we also have the intervention sessions listed. Any questions?
Is the students' enrollment going down or up?
Director Goins? Actually, I could have answered. You gave me the cheat sheet, but go ahead.
No, it's okay. So this year, the numbers are lower than the previous year, only because we got a later start. Last year, the contract did not get approved until, I think, September. So this year, though, we have it on the agenda for July. So hopefully it's approved by the end of this month, and then we can begin providing the services in August.
Angela Whitelaw, do you have another word for at-risk students? I hate that word.
Understood, but the
at-risk students.
We can work on that word, but I think we're using words aligned with the state.
Aligned with, yes.
We're aligned with the state, but I hear you.
Yeah.
So let us work on that, bring that to senior leader, and then we can maybe bring it back here. That we'll put at risk in the parentheses, but maybe we can put another word. But I think we're trying to align it.
Yeah.
One. Oh, no, this is tier 2. Tier 2. They're targeted students.
I have a question. We talk about the number of schools. Do we have the number of students that are repeat? They have to come back into the program.
Yeah, but the way the program is designed through the state, they cannot be repeat. So we have a database of all students, and before we actually provide services, we have to send the names into the database, and if they have received services, they cannot get the services again, and that's per the state's requirement.
So are you partnering with somebody else to help them if they can't get the services again through this program?
Yes, they can always see the social worker that's assigned to the school. We have the wellness centers, and if they do need to be referred out for something that we cannot provide, they are referred out to community agencies.
So it's just one and done once that year or that period. How long are they in the program?
So for the middle school, it's 8 sessions. For high schools, it's 10 sessions. And these are kids that are at the tier 2 level, so they're not tier 3 where it's more intensive. It's more of a education and prevention. You're welcome.
I have a question, and it'll just be pervasive. It's one question for all of these academic contracts. I'm really looking forward to how we're going to align our dashboard, align these contracts with our priorities, and Dr. Richmond with your 5 A's, so that we can be clear about the spend. Because I think to Chair Coleman's point, that we're putting resources here, and what happens to the student if that doesn't take the first time? What are we doing, and are we monitoring those students to see what happens at the end, and that will help you all to say we need to deploy some additional resources in this place and space because we don't want to lose those students to some of these things. So I'm really excited about us aligning this work to our priorities and these outcomes. So thank you, as you all give some thought to that.
You're welcome.
You were probably listening to our senior leader meeting this morning, because Dr. Richmond, that was one of our assignments, and actually Network Kinder is looking at how do we now combine both groups, how do we look at student support, and then how do we look at academics and align the work. So you're on the right page, and we know that we have that work ahead to do.
No, that just means that Dr. Richmond and his leadership team are on the right page. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. The next 2 items are similar, but we did break them up. One is dual enrollment. If you go ahead, dual enrollment, in this understanding between our college partners, Christian Brothers, Southwest Tennessee Community College, and Tennessee State University. So here, we're recommending that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the memorandum of understanding between MSCS and the following college partners for the 25-6 school year: CBU, which is a 3-year agreement; Southwest, which is a 1-year; TSU, which is a 5-year; and Middle College, and it gives you 3-year agreement as well. And then we talk about MSCS and CBU. Middle College, the $200,000. MSCS and Southwest Tennessee Community College, this is $300,000 for students who are taking dual enrolled classes. MSCS and TSU, $95,000. And the textbook cost will also be incurred, which may vary per course for each partnering college. The dual enrollment courses provide our eligible students the opportunity to earn both college and high school graduation credits upon completion of courses. If you go on to the next slide, we give you the previous outcomes that we had over 3,146 students who participated in the dual enrollment courses in the 24-25, with 94% of these students earning college credit. The dual enrollment pass rate has remained above 90% for the past 5 years, so we're excited. And 142 students were enrolled in courses through CBU. 2,115 students were enrolled in Southwest Community College, and 8 students were enrolled through TSU. Again, the expected outcomes will include that we want to increase the number of EPSOs that students have to attain, and students will earn college credit, which will shorten their time to complete an undergraduate degree. So again, I'll pause here to see, are there any questions? All right, that's dual enrollment. The next one is local dual credit. And it's an understanding, again, with our partners, Christian Brothers and Southwest Tennessee Community College. Again, it's recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the memorandum of understanding between MSCS and the following college partners: CBU, 5-year agreement, and Southwest for 1 year. Again, the local dual credit courses are high school courses aligned to standards at our local post-secondary institutions, and students have the opportunity to earn both college and high school graduation credits. And so this is our long-standing partnership that we've had over the years. If you go to the next slide, it gives you the number of students who participated in the 24-25 school year. 9,789 of our students participated in local dual credit. 1,126 students banked college credit with CBU, and then the remaining students pursue industry certifications that will convert to prior learning credit in one of the 37 courses in Southwest. Again, expected outcomes, we want students to increase the number of EPSOs that they have attained, and then they again earn college credits. Any questions? Great question. Katrina, can you? Dr. Taylor, I'm sorry.
Good evening. Thank you for the question. We do endeavor to offer college-going courses that students are interested in. We also base the decision on students' future aspirations, as well as those that satisfy graduation requirements and can be transferable to one of our partnering colleges or colleges across the nation that may accept certain dual credit courses.
All right, we'll go on to the next slide. Now, I know y'all love to hear Dr. Stanford, but I'm going to read this tonight real quick. So I'm not going to be able to read it like Dr. Stanford, but I definitely want to. This is coming from her purview of work. It's recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the purchase of computers in the amount of $208,262 for computer hardware, as well as, for the computers, and the computer hardware will come from Unistar Computers, around $4,100. And this is for Alsea Elementary, and so the total is $212,362. This is for 300 laptops, as well as 10 carts. And again, this is based on the RFP that we had to make sure that we were in alignment with. Again, this is to directly benefit students by increasing their engagement through interactive learning, project-based learning opportunities. And so the new laptops will enable teachers to fully implement blended learning, improve content instruction, and increase student engagement. If you go to the back, and just again, previous outcomes, laptops have been able to enhance the lesson for students, increase student engagement. That's an area that we want to continue to grow. And this will also help students and help schools to benefit to improve content instruction. Any questions? And this is from the grant, SEED 2.0.
Next item.
Code for Kids. Code for Kids, we're bringing to you, it's recommended, again, that we approve the one-year contract with Code for Kids. This is to address the state of Tennessee's computer science mandate that requires all K through 12 students to have access to computer science. So this particular organization will be helping us to ensure that we meet that mandate. It's an education service that delivers curriculum and service to support districts in meeting the Tennessee computer science mandate that requires all K through 12 students to have access to computer science coursework. And we will be starting this in middle schools this year in grades 6 through 8. And they'll have access to computer science coursework. And this is our first year implementing this contract.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? All right, this meeting is adjourned. We move on to the next committee.
Oh, we have one more. It was in your packet?
I don't think I saw it. I'm sorry.
Okay. This is just real quick. This is just one. Remember last month we brought you one. So I'm sorry. We wanted to add the supplemental registered nurses and licensed practical nurses. This was one contract that was not ready at the last board meeting, but we wanted to bring it. And again, it's for $188,000 for all staff, and they will again provide us nurses to help with our 504 and our IEP needs. And then if you go on to the next slide, it gives you the data, and we showed that on last month. And again, this is just one contract that was not signed that we needed to bring over for this month. And that is it.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? All right, now this meeting is adjourned.
We'll keep right on moving if that's okay. Thanks to everyone that had to participate that has to go. We're moving on to our procurement committee meeting. Procurement committee meeting, we're 2.01.
Ms. Rudolph? Oh, I can take us through. I can take us through these. You can go to the next slide. Come on, Jerry, just in case they got questions. So it is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the acceptance. This is a grant approval for $22,339.35. This is a grant that's going to be reimbursed the district for supplies that's purchased with the general funds in response to COVID-19. If there's no questions, we'll go to the next item. Getting money back, that's right. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Next item. Next item is asset management software maintenance system. So, board members, it is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the award of contract to Frontline Technologies Group LLC. It's in the amount of $193,854.23. This is a renewal of our Hayes asset management software system. This is a system that we use to track all of the fixed assets in the district. So, everything from our computers to our laptops and things. Anything that is a fixed asset, we use this to digitize it.
Is this a local vendor?
This is not a local vendor. This is a software that we use to track the item. So it's a computer software where we house all of the items in here. This is not a local vendor, from my understanding. No, this is year 3 that we've now used this. Again, it helps us house all of the thousands of assets that we have in the district. Next item. So, board members, in conjunction with us getting USDA money for school nutrition, this item is a board approval for us to be able to administer breakfast and lunch. So it's recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the 25-26 agreement to administer school lunch programs for the Memphis-Shelby County schools. The Tennessee Department of School Nutrition requires this of the boards for us to be able to have, to be reimbursed for the meals that we pay for or we administer to the students.
Clarity, this is not a part of the 17 million, correct?
No, ma'am, this is not. So this is the USDA. This is part of the 95 million we get from USDA. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm gonna get you out this year to taste some of this food. Yes, ma'am. That's right. Next item. So, board member, this next item is 806 Technologies Incorporated. It is affectionately known as Title I Crate. So, starting about 3 years ago, when we got ERSA dollars, this used to be a paper process. So, one of the requirements in finance we do is we work with our non-public and our charter schools to be able to do reimbursements and track things of this used to be paper in nature. So now this is an efficient way to get documentation from our charter schools as well as our non-public schools, so that when we're submitting documentations to the state of Tennessee or to the federal government, this is a user-friendly platform to do so. It is $125,000.
Is this local?
This is a web-based platform that...
Let me know when we get to the local vendors.
Yes, ma'am, I will. Next slide. Board member Love, you'll remember this group. You'll remember this item, next item. This is a renewal of our KEV group. So it is recommended that the Board of Education approve the contract for KEV group in an amount of $128,533.90. This is for our school funds online and our school cash online payment system. So essentially, board members, what this item allows is that our parents, when they go to schools, if they don't have cash, they can pay for field trips, student fees, and things of that nature with this cashless system if they don't have cash.
How is this contract going?
So, board member Love, I could say as a parent it has been great for somebody who don't carry cash. It has been something that has been efficient, and our parents have enjoyed the opportunity to be able to use this. This doesn't mean that we're completely cashless as a district. Parents still do have the opportunity to use cash, but this has been a more convenient way for parents to be able to pay for things like field trips and school fees if they're in the absence of having cash.
All schools are utilizing this service?
Now that we've piloted it 3 years ago now, all schools have an opportunity to use this.
Great.
Yes, ma'am. When I say opportunity, again, as a parent, if you want to use cash, you can still use cash. But again, this is an opportunity to provide to parents in a convenience for them to be able to use debit cards, credit cards, and things of that nature.
All schools are using this.
Yes, ma'am. All schools are using it. All parents are taking advantage of it. Some schools more than others. It just depends on, again, which parents want to use cash in this. So all schools are using this. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
And this system is one of the reasons why we've had the audits that we've had, because it allows for our schools to track these things well, right? Good audits that I've seen.
Well, we've had this has been a more efficient way to better audits for our schools.
Mm-hmm.
We still do have some opportunities being full transparency with audits in our school. As a district, our audits have been going well, but we're working to get our schools. But to your point, this has been a better way to track what you wanted to operate with less cash as possible if you can. It just helps us be more preventative in a way of preventing fraud.
I appreciate that, and particularly since we've been doing this for 3 years, and so now that we've piloted and we've gotten all the kinks out, we're going to deploy this across the whole district.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
I have a question. So the parents, they know that this is fully operational, that they don't have to get up and run to the bank at
6 a.m.
6 a.m. I'll testify, I've done it. Have to go to the bank because they need that money, field trip money, so they just can go online and do it.
Yes, ma'am. So we've been working in conjunction with schools to roll this out. So again, with this being upcoming year 3, all parents are fully aware that we've been using this platform for some time. And what we've noticed is over the course of, since we piloted year 1, that the uptick has been increasing, and it's becoming a great return on investments for parents who, again, don't want to drive in the cold or the heat at 6 a.m. to go to an ATM when they forgot their kids' field trip money.
So are we knowing that all of our schools are using this?
Yes, ma'am. So we have data that shows all of our schools are using it. And, you know, what I hear you saying is make sure that parents have an option. So we'll make sure that we communicate it and schools can communicate it when we do Gear Up days, registration and days and things of that nature. So we'll put a blast out to families so they can know that this is an option, and we'll continue to communicate it to them.
Thank you.
And they can use it at home and they can use it at the school. So
absolutely.
Okay.
So if, most of the time when I use it, it is at home. So you can use it ahead of time for, again, things like student fees and field trips.
So when they go to the school, they just go in the office and use it in the office?
So if parents don't have access to computers and things of that nature at home, then yes, they can go to the school and do it as such. Again, this is a way of not to use cash, but if you have a credit card, debit card, or things of that nature, then you can use the cashless online system to do it. Cash App card has got numbers on it. Yes, ma'am. You can use your Cash App card too.
Thank you.
Next item. Dr. Elliott, since you sit at the table, I'm going to go ahead and let you go with these items.
All right, good evening, everyone. We're going to go over the school-based probation liaison program. It is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the renewal MOU for the 25-26 school year for the school-based probation liaison program. A collaboration with juvenile court and Memphis-Shelby County Schools. The program has an allocated budget of $25,000 to provide stipends to recommended liaisons, providing services to those students on probation. The purpose, of course, is a collaboration with juvenile court, and the purpose of this MOU is to administer the policy, practices, procedures associated with implementing a school-based probation liaison program. The program increases the communication between MSCS and Memphis-Shelby County's juvenile court by providing names of students who are actively on probation and in need of school support services. The liaisons work closely with the probationaries daily to provide supervision and counseling to improve attendance, behavior, and academic achievement. Next slide, please. We can skip the description and background if you don't have any questions because of time. We can go to the next slide. Our previous outcomes, this past year, we've had 100 students that have been enrolled in the program. 70 have completed the program, 28 active students, 2 inactive, 1 graduated, which is included in that 70 completed. Our expected outcome is to reduce the recidivism rate, increase contact with probationaries daily, increase school attendance rate, increase academic success, decrease number of suspensions, expulsions, and gain advocacy for probationaries. To note, in 23-24, we had 67 that were enrolled in the program, so that number has risen for this past school year. Next slide. And the financial impact, the program has an allocated of $25,000 through safety and security. And that's it. Any questions? Okay, we can move along with youth court.
The number has went up because there is an increase in crime in our communities.
Right, for our youth. So the lists that we get from juvenile court are going to be the kids who are impacted and have committed a crime. So from this year to last year, unfortunately, it has increased.
Yeah.
It was 100 enrolled this year. It was 67 the previous year. Well, that's because depending on if they're a senior or not. So we didn't have many seniors. We probably had about 4 seniors this year, and some of them are still had to complete the program through the summer. And so we have a complete total if the other 4 had graduated as well. Mm-hmm.
What's the grade band for these young people?
So we have middle to high. But we mostly see them in high school, but we work with middle and high. So it depends on when juvenile court sends us a list every week, we determine if the students are in school, enrolled, and then we assign a liaison to them.
So if they're not if they're enrolled in school but not actively going to school, are they assigned someone then?
No, so that means that they have broken their probationary rules. So a part of that is that you have to be in school, you have to be enrolled, and you have to be going to school. So when something like that happens, we then have to get with the YSD to let them know, hey, so-and-so has not been in school in 2-3 days. We need to figure out where they are, and then juvenile court would then take it on from there.
I have a question piggybacking off of Chair Coleman. How many, roundabout, how many students, you just gave an example, roundabout how many students are not enrolled and are truant and are on probation?
Okay, so this year we had only 2 that were inactive from this past year. And so what happened is usually when we get the list and we vet it, we do our best to try to figure out where these students are located. And so if we know, we will call the parents and say, hey, we need you to enroll in school, and they do. But there have been 2 incidents for this year that we couldn't find them, we didn't know where they were, or the parent just said, hey, I had one, they're not coming back to school.
Based on the comment that you've made lastly, roundabout, give me an estimated number of how many phone calls you made to get the kids enrolled in school.
Ooh, that's gonna be a lot. So we get a list of, about 20 kids weekly, but that includes kids across Shelby County, just in general. And so through that list, we have to vet which kids actually belong to MSCS. And so that number is hundreds. It's high.
Of the 70 that completed the last program, have any of them been repeats back to you?
No. No.
So once they complete the program and they get back or they get in trouble again, can they come back through the program?
Yes, they can, but it also depends on what they did the second time. But we haven't seen any repeats thus far for this past year.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. So our next program is going to be Youth Court. It is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the MOU renewal request for the 25-26 school year for the Youth Court program in collaboration with Juvenile Court and Memphis-Shelby County Schools. The Youth Court program allows students the opportunity to learn about the justice system by receiving training from attorneys and judges. The program also provides youth offenders with the opportunity to accept responsibility for their actions and make amends using restorative interventions. The goal of Youth Court is to use positive peer influence to ensure that youth who have committed minor offenses repair the damage they have caused to their victims and to our community, and receive the help they need to avoid further confrontation with the justice system. Youth Court volunteers empower young people to make an active role in addressing criminal offenses of their peers and expand access to justice. Volunteers will be credited community service hours, up to 60 hours, as well as receiving ongoing intensive development and team building activities, which will cultivate their leadership skills. And we can go to the next slide. Previous outcomes with our Youth Court, I have a little bit more detail. Participating students graduate from the program with community service hours that will be counted towards college admission. Students with cases heard through Youth Court program have maintained a 0% recidivism rate. So for this past year, we had 78 student volunteers, 26 high schools to participate. We had about 180 open cases, and 108 of those have been closed and heard through the Youth Court program with no rearrest, so that's a phenomenal thing. With Youth Court this year and with communications, we want to get more student volunteers involved in the Youth Court program, not with our typical schools that we see who allow kids to volunteer, but across the district. We want every school to participate, every high school to participate.
Dr. Elliott, I have a question as it correlates to the Youth Court in the last one.
Okay.
What qualifies a complaint or, a complaint to go into Youth Court as opposed to going to Juvenile Court?
So school-based is going to be more of your egregious offenses. Youth Court is going to be a minor offense. Maybe a theft under $250, under $500. It may be a small assault. They got into a fight, something like that. So with school-based, it's just going to be something more heavier. The offense is going to be, you may have an attempted theft over $1,000, an attempted murder charge, something of that nature.
So I get that.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. The question I have, this seems to be working really well.
Mm-hmm.
And is there a way that theft amount of money is really completely arbitrary? Because I can have a ring on that's worth $5, or I can have a ring on that's worth $5,000.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still, they took my ring.
Right.
And so it's just, I mean, that's what it is, right? So, yes, and so the question becomes, how can we, because this looks like it's working peer-to-peer, and it's also the piece of the restorative justice piece. How can we work with juvenile court to think a little more broadly about what can get into youth court as opposed to it being a complaint that they have to go to juvenile court? And then the question is that something we can, I know we have a mandatory reporting policy, but I believe there's a way for, it's sort of the deferred prosecution model, right? If you do this, then you can avoid going to youth to juvenile detention or juvenile court. I just want us to think broadly and innovatively with our partners at juvenile court, because I know they really want to do that.
Right, and I agree. But juvenile court has to set the parameters around which kids will go into which program based off the laws that are set within the state of Tennessee. There may be some conversations that we could have to see if we can squeeze some smaller offenses in it, but we also don't want to hold our students liable to have to try those egregious cases too. So that's why we say we're going to do minor offenses.
I overstand.
Okay.
I really do. I worked in juvenile justice work, and so I overstand it. But I want us to free our minds, help, and I know that Judge Sugarman really wants to eliminate having so many people in his court.
Yes, ma'am.
So I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am. Chief, did you want to add something?
Yes. So I want to say the first program that Dr. Elliott talked about was schools-based probation liaison program, and I think you comparing it with youth court, right? Okay, so that program contains students by court who are on probation, okay? And with the youth court, these are students that create minor misdemeanor offenses. And they are judged by their students of their peers, and they have to make restitution on that. And we're seeing more progress with that because now students are being judges and lawyers and defense attorneys. So they play those roles, but they are also judging their peers. And that's why we get the greatest results from it. Now, we can go back and look and see, because they're not going to allow felony cases. Okay, so most misdemeanor cases are those cases that we can address in youth court. I understand. We still have to follow the state law, okay?
And do we have any more questions? Okay, we can go to the next one. And
when you put this up on board docs, please put your data, because it's excellent data. So please put your numbers.
Yes, ma'am.
So that the public knows what the good work you guys are doing.
Yes, ma'am. And thank you to Communications for putting that out there for us to get more volunteers. So Board Member Love, I think this is the one where you had some questions about local vendors. This is our Enhancing School Capacity to Address Youth Violence grant. It is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approves the contract to YMCA in the amount of $215,040 for a one-year term of professional services for the Enhancing School Capacity to Address Youth Violence grant for 5 high-needs schools. The contract is based off RFP 020725MT, Enhancing School Capacity to Address Youth Violence. The purpose of the services is to, 1, reduce the incidence of school violence through improved school safety and climate, 2, prevent youth violence, delinquency, and victimization in targeted community. Vendor will use the evidence-based practices to include conflict resolution, anger management, alcohol, drugs, relationship building, and parent engagement. Next slide. So to give a little bit background on this grant, we've had this grant since 22-23 school year, and it's been in 5 high school needs for preventing and reducing school violence across the 5 schools with students who may be at risk inside the community. So the main focus of this grant is to prevent outside incidents entering into the schools, while a particular vendor will provide resources for families, our students, preventions and interventions for our students inside of those 5 high-need schools. Next slide. Previous outcomes in 23-24, we had 63 referrals with 501 sessions, 81 referrals in 24-25 with 1,153 sessions, The expected outcomes is to improve school capacity in those 5 high-need schools, enhance and expand partnership between MSCS and the CBOs, expand opportunities for family engagement with school personnel, improve community between home and school to enhance protective factors, build effective and harmonious relationships with the students and communities to build bonds. And so the financial impact will be $215,040, which is grant funded.
I have a question around the data. If we could add what the true outcomes, because this is just telling me outputs. This is telling me how many referrals and how many sessions, not telling me the impact and outcomes of what happened of those. Is there any way for us to?
Yes, so we have to do a full report in the OJJDP, a report in there that asks particular questions so we can get that information to you for you to review.
Okay, and I want to say that I appreciate this partnership because I appreciate, as we've been talking about parents and what's going on in terms of supporting their students and getting to school, this is a great, I think, partnership because they do have expertise in root causes of violence in certain communities, and that's their area. Mm-hmm. And so us partnering with them is a great thing for us to start looking at.
Yes, ma'am.
Digging into other people's expertise and resources.
Thank you.
Question. What are the 5 schools and how are they chosen?
Okay, so at the beginning of the grant, they were chosen with MPD data by zip code. So originally we had Raleigh Egypt High Middle, Hamilton High, Hamilton K-8, and then we had Sherwood Middle. But over the past 2 years, the data has changed, so in turn, we had to change schools. And so Raleigh Egypt Middle will stay the same, Sherwood Middle will stay the same, but Grandview Heights, Riverview, and Central will be added for this school year.
Is this the same program y'all had at Raleigh Egypt, but you took it out?
No, I didn't take it out, Ms. Love. So the vendor who was supposed to provide services didn't have the capacity to take on Raleigh Egypt High or Middle.
I had a conversation with him, and the grant didn't provide the much-needed funds for his staff.
Ms. Love, so we did a new RFP for this school year, and I asked for the money to be increased, and they allowed me to increase those funds. And so we did meet the need of what was asked, because we do truly need the services.
And they didn't respond?
No, ma'am.
Yeah. Where is Raleigh Egypt on the list?
So at Raleigh Egypt was taken off because they had seen their incidents go down. Raleigh Egypt Middle, they have risen this past year, and it's several factors that play, because of course they were not in that school, but they were pretty high.
Is this to address the needs of the community or the school?
It's both. So the vendor is supposed to have extracurricular activities in the afternoon, visit communities, but also during the day, provide interventions to those students.
The district does it for the school. I'm confused. Mm-hmm. Both schools are on the same campus, serving the same number of kids in the same community. One is a high school and one is a middle school. Tell me what I'm missing.
The data is different. At the middle school.
The data for the schools?
For the school.
Yeah.
For Raleigh Egypt Middle is higher than the high school.
So the community data is the same?
Right.
I know.
But also note that if we have a student that's in any of these schools and they have siblings that go to different schools, we are able to meet the need of those students too.
So you were basing the data on the schools?
The schools and also the community.
What percentage are you basing the data on the community?
So this data is given to us by MPD. So based off zip codes, they give us data of high needs with youth-involved violence.
I see Raleigh on the news every day.
But that's why we're still in the middle school. But if we have another school that's in a zip code that has a higher need, we have to make a move. Because Raleigh Egypt High, their incidents on a school level have gone down.
I get what you're saying, Commissioner Love. And again, this is the quandary we're going to keep hitting, is that we cannot control the factors outside of our school building. What we can do is we can serve as that conduit and that convener to help to work with these other systems to get them to understand that we've got to do this work together. So there are things that need to happen in the community that we can influence. It's the sphere of influence and sphere of control. And so I hear what you're saying. And
I was basing my feedback on the community and the school. Which is a higher need, for the schools or the community? And
so we look at it. So if we have to make a decision, it's going to be based on the schools. Right.
The schools.
Right.
That's what I was getting at.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, okay.
Next, we have the Raptor Visitor Management System. A few months back, we brought to the board where we purchased computers for every school that are dedicated to Raptor. So this particular ask is going to be for the licenses for this upcoming school year. It is recommended that the Shelby County Board of Education approve a 1-year annually renewable contract in the amount of $138,845 for the Raptor Visitor Management System, a cloud-based school safety platform. The system will provide software subscription services to 166 MSCS sites, including 4 early learning centers, 91 elementary schools, 27 middle schools, 37 high schools, and 7 administrative sites. The purpose is to strengthen campus security by implementing district-wide visitor management system that screens, tracks, and documents all individuals entering school and administrative buildings. The system emphasizes restricting access to individuals listed on local and national sex offender registries, creating a safer environment for students, staff, volunteers, and visitors. Raptor Technologies offers a proactive layer of protection through the real-time alerts and reporting, with over 2,800 registered sex offenders currently residing in Memphis area, which is a 4.6 increase from the prior year. Raptor ensures enhanced monitoring to prevent unauthorized access. The platform supports compliance with the district safety goals and improves accountability through digital documentation. Next slide. Listed is just going to be some data numbers that we had with Raptor from 23-24 and 24-25. We have to note that Raptor, their main reason we have Raptor is to screen sex offenders, but note that we also use them for visitors to come in, staff sign in, student sign in, and et cetera. So this is a list of everything that's tracked, and also our faces use it for their volunteers.
In an email, give me the scenario of a sex offender alert.
So I can tell you now.
I don't want you to tell me now.
Okay. It's not a secret, but I put it in an email. I know what I can and can't say. Next slide. And so the financial impact is going to be $138,845, and this is going to be coming from our public safety grant.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna get you out the hook this time. I'm talking to the Central High graduate. Tito, Dr. Langston. Some of our schools, when you enter our buildings and you're trying to get to the office, you go through some changes before you can get to the Rapture. Chief Jackson, what are we doing, or are we considering doing anything? Because I know I can name a lot of schools that I can get in the building and I'd be down the hallway before, and I've been in buildings, and because people are rushing, they left their ID in the car and they're not checked. Yeah, it happens. What are we doing to prevent things like that?
I'll take it. So is it an elementary or secondary? Okay, yeah. What I'd like to know would be if it's a secondary school, it's a problem for all schools, but particularly if it's secondary, because I know we've hired screeners, and those screeners, when I come, even I go through the screening.
Well, I won't call the school, but the screening is here, and the office is down here.
Okay.
Where you do your rap.
Okay.
So that,
I got you.
walk all the way through a school building. Some of them, you go in, you sign in here, you have to go around the corner to the main office.
I got you. Okay. Just the logistics.
Yeah.
So the logistics. Okay. Like the logistics. I follow you. The logistics. It's the logistics. I get it. Okay, the logistics.
You need to find your job.
I must give a shout out to Miss Pruitt. My grandson goes there, and everybody knows me, but I have to show my ID when I'm picking my grandson up early.
All right, best for last. This is the sale of former Denver Elementary to Capstone Education Group for $1.6 million. Capstone Education Group has been operating Denver for 10 years for the ASD and now as a Tennessee State charter school. The appraisal is $1.6 million, the offer is $1.6 million, and the 10-year maintenance cost would be $4.1 million, which we will avoid by selling. We can go to the next item. This is a donation from Ewing Kessler of a dehumidifier to Shrine School. So the dehumidifier is valued at $85,000, and the dehumidifier will go in at Shrine. There's a room with a swimming pool they use for therapy, and it'll go in there to help control the temperature because the kids can't use it if it's too hot in there or too cold in there, so this will help regulate the temperature. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. Next item, please. This is the Herbert STEM Center classroom naming rights. Herbert STEM Center is the Whitehaven STEM Center that was named Herbert STEM Center last year, about mid-2024 by the board. That table you see there are the donors. Their names will be displayed on plaques outside of classrooms. So that's just some of the donors that were promised naming rights. Yes, ma'am.
I'm perfectly fine with naming of the facilities in any way that is in compliance with our policy. I'm just the language used, the following donors were promised naming rights. Is that the accurate? That's not what we mean.
I should change that language.
Okay. Okay. Right.
Change
so,
that language.
And so it went through the process as outlined, and I'm absolutely sure it did. And so based on that, this is what we came up. You're asking us to do.
Correct.
Okay. It would, if you could you send everybody an email about what that process was?
I will.
So that we're clear about how these recommendations came. And I just want to say this is phenomenal, the opportunity that we've had, and I want to thank each and every, I want to thank the donors, I want to thank School Seed, I want to thank whoever and everyone who had something to do with making this happen. This is going to be a state-of-the-art STEM building at one of our historic high schools, and this is the kind of work that I'm looking forward to as we do our facilities planning. So, oh wow, okay, all right.
They were shooting for October, but they're going ahead of schedule, so it's very likely that, I mean, they'll definitely be in the first semester of school.
Okay, I would love to the board if we could have them come so we can thank them for this, because I think this is the first time we've done something like this, isn't it?
It is the same kind of team did a courtyard at White Station High School, but this is way bigger. This is $9.6 million they raised.
Yeah, and this is a testament of how community can help us do our footprint and our buildings, our facilities. So thank you.
Next item, please. This is the sale of former Graves Elementary School land to J&J Investment Properties. The offer is $190,000 on a $190,000 appraisal. It's 11 acres of vacant land where the school used to sit, down in the top part of Whitehaven. Oh, single-family housing is the proposed use. Yes.
Okay, going back to the Whitehaven STEM Center, because I did get some complaints, and they were saying that they were short 12,000 square feet, and it was shortened to 11,000. It's a whole bunch of back and forth about what they were promised. The building is built, but some stuff was shortened. So Tito, I need you to answer that question, because they were saying some of the stuff was switched from 11,000 square feet to 12,000 square feet, and building C was in building B. It was a whole bunch of confusion about it, so I need you to straighten that one for me.
So my question to them is, what is the solution they are proposing?
They want the original plan that they said they was getting.
I don't know how we do that with a building.
Question I'm asking.
Yeah.
So back when this first started back in 2022, I believe, was the original site plans of this in 22 and 22 was for roughly about 25,000 square feet. At that time, the proposal was to build for about $11.6 million for 25,000 square feet. Back in 2023, what happened was the school seat and Mr. Myers, who helped create the donations for this building, they came back, and one of the things that happened is that we needed to, regulations changed, and we had to build a storm shelter on all new buildings, and which cost us about $1 million. You'll remember that the board approved the additional $1 million. In conjunction with that, the only thing that was raised was $9.6 million. $9.6 million only gets you to 20,000 square feet. Now, I had Ms. Stewart and I went and met with the Whitehaven community, as well as School Seed and Mr. Myers, to talk about there was a lack of communication, which I took ownership for, which probably wasn't my fault, but I took ownership for it as administration at the time, that we should have just noted to Whitehaven and their community that they were getting a lesser school than what the original plans were. And again, the only thing that's different is, to get to 25,000 square feet, you need an additional $2 million. As I just alluded to, we're going to do walkthroughs in the next week where they're finishing up the building, and it's slated to be finished by possibly in the next few weeks. And to build an additional 5,000 square feet at this point, the only thing you can do is, one, you're gonna need an additional $2 million, and you would have to do an addition to the building because the building is done. Essentially, the only thing that they're losing is some of the classrooms. Maybe they just do what we call value engineering when the money is less. So they've lost a little size to some of the classroom, and the STEMnasium is a little different, but when I tell you that it's a state-of-the-art facility, it's 20,000 square feet versus 25,000. But again, the only thing that's different is that instead of $11.6 million that was not raised, they raised 9.6. 9.6 gets you to 20,000 square feet instead of 25.
All right, thank you so much. And I would like to do that walkthrough with you when you go.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
I want to make sure that, so I heard you, that if they want that additional 5,000 square feet, they can, whatever, can raise an additional $2 million, and we could add, so there is a solution. We just, so, but again, it has to be something that they're invested in and they do.
That's correct. So again, if you hadn't met with them before, one of the most powerful councils is the Whitehaven Council. What was explained to them, again, if they want the additional 5,000 square feet, again, one, the building is almost done. They've had to do an addition because there's room on the site. It can be done, but again, unless the board chooses to do anything different, they would have to raise $2 million.
All right, this is the lease of former Northwest Prep to Mace Charter School. They are currently leasing and have been for 2 years. The building, this is just the renewal of that lease for $295,247. I will let you know that while we were sitting here, we received an offer for purchase, but of course I haven't reviewed it because I was sitting here. So in the meantime, we're going to lease it to them while we review the offer and make sure all the negotiations are where we want it to be before we bring that. Okay. Next item, please. And Ms. Love, this is the sale of West Side Middle School to Fraser Community Schools. The offer is $555,692. If you add that to the capital already invested by them, you'll see that down at the bottom, the $671,000, plus the rent paid already, the $272,000. All three of those numbers equal the appraised value of $1.5 million. This one might not be on this month's business meeting simply because it sits on the same property as Westside Elementary, and we will have to subdivide that so that they're just purchasing the middle school and not the elementary school. We'll also create a use agreement so that our elementary kids can still use the auditorium because the auditorium goes with the middle school. So those kinds of things might take too long to actually see it on this month's agenda. Okay. And next item.
Finally.
Yes, ma'am.
I have been working on this for about 5 years.
Yes, ma'am, you have.
Didn't have Michelle and Dr. Roderick Wishman.
That's right.
And Tito.
The last one, I believe, no, next to last one is we heard this one before, the Ridgeway High School gym floor replacement. The cost is $272,480, and I did reach back out to the city, Ms. Coleman, as you directed. I spoke with Scott Morgan, who's over Public Works. I'm waiting on his response. Also, John Zena was just promoted, and he now is over Public Works as well, so I've reached out to him and the city finance department. So I'm talking to all of those people so that hopefully when this comes to work session, I'll have the answer you want, because that is a lot of money to pay for.
Yeah, let's please clean that ditch out prior to school, well, prior to putting the floor in. Yeah, because that's a major investment.
Absolutely, we will.
But are we asking, can we clean the ditch out, or
So the city needs to clean the ditch out and repair that fence, because in the flooding, I don't know if you, did you walk back there and see that fence? Those limbs and trees and whatnot ripped the fence apart too. So I'm asking them to fix all that. But if that fence isn't fixed, then I'm gonna fix the fence before school starts, because I don't want kids walking over there near it. Oh, there you go. She's right there, yep. Tell them all about that book. Like we said. The last one I have is the Sheffield Elementary School playground installation. I believe we heard this one before too. We just moved it to this month because last month was so busy. It's a $200,746 for the playground. They don't have a playground for the K-5 kids. They only have a playground for the pre-K kids. So the school-based funds, they wanted to put a playground there, so that's what this item is.
This would be in their little enclosed area.
It would be right beside that little enclosed area of the pre-K playground, kind of on the side where the pre-K is. Right, right back there.
I was just concerned, because you know that open field.
Right.
It's not in that area.
No, it's not. Where that old raggedy swing set is, no, it's further, it's closer to the building.
Okay.
It's not raggedy, it's just antique.
It is.
It's raggedy.
I do have one thing, if you're done with this. I just want to, for the record, board work session, we do have some more business around the facilities, ad hoc facilities committee, so we'll bring it board work session. Just.
Okay. There being no further business, adjourn. Have a good evening. Thank you for staying.